Fox.
Last night in the city that never sleeps, the St. Louis Cardinals were ready to rumble and tie this series at 2. And in the first, a Jim Edmonds drive would help keep the Cardinals' cream alive.
That will do the job in the deep right field. The wall home run.
But later in the first, the gutsy Mets would prove to be double trouble for the Cards.
There's another double, and it's 4-2 Mets.
But in postseason baseball, you live for today, and St. Louis was ready to play. And back and forth they would go.
It's the action. Yes, you know it's going. Way. Base hit to right by Edmonds, and it's a 2-run game.
It was anybody's game until the 6th. Right here, right now, the New York Mets stand just one single victory away from representing the National League in the very first World Series of the new century. But a wise old baseball man once said, it ain't over till it's over. Game 5 of the NLCS is next on Fox. The Autotrader.com pregame show is brought to you by Autotrader.com, the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
It's a nice song, Meet Me in St. Louis, Louis, but the New York Mets do not want to enact it. They arrive here at Shea Stadium intent on winning the National League pennant tonight. The Mets go with one of their lefty aces, Mike Hampton. The Cardinals with a pitcher in whom they are less than fully confident, Pat Hetkin. And there is a superstar here suffering from patellar tendonitis of the right knee, and he is not Mark McGwire. Will Clark has sought a World Series ring through 15 Major League seasons. Timo Perez through 32 Major League games. From Indian summer to New York autumn, it rained off and on most of the day. Misty water-colored memories tonight. We are assured most of the rain is over. We have nonetheless drawn hats. From Shea Stadium in New York, it is the potentially decisive 5th game of the National League Championship Series and the Autotrader.com pregame show. With Joe Buck, Tim McCarver, and Bob Brenly standing by for the play-by-play. And alongside Steve Lyons, I'm Keith Olbermann. Bobby Valentine has denied it outright, but there are many of us who do not believe it. He swears Timo Perez, the best leadoff man of the moment, the best right fielder of the moment, the best throwing arm of the moment, did indeed play in Japan the last 4 years and was not actually built somewhere in a dimly lit experimental cloning lab in the bowels of Shea Stadium. Steve, I'm not sure.
You know, it'd be so easy to believe that too, Keith, because where did this guy come from playing in the minor leagues in Japan to spark this team like no other guy on the club? Every year a guy steps up like Timo Perez does because he gets an opportunity to play with the leadoff double in last night's game. He does it with his bat, his legs, his glove, and that cannon for an arm. He gunned down John Dunston in last night's ballgame. This guy has provided a spark at the top of the order because they lost Roger Cedeno when they traded for Hampton. They lost Mora when they traded for Borden. This is a guy who they absolutely needed at the top of the lineup because they didn't have anybody else. He is the natural right now, and I don't care how old he is. Some people say he's 31. He says he's 23. He's awfully darn good right now.
Speaking of 31, Saturday the Mets insisted it was nothing. Mike Piazza was just getting up slowly as Will Clark was hit by a pitch. Now they admit Piazza is suffering from patellar tendonitis in the right knee, the same injury that has made Mark McGwire into the unhappiest spectator in baseball. Piazza's case is not nearly as severe. I spoke with him this evening. Of course he will play. He will be affected, though, by cold and damp. Edgardo Alfonso will play, too, in the middle of all the action again last night. But if you don't look for him, you may miss him. In an article in the New York Times today, he was quoted as saying, "Excuse me," and described as having politely removed himself from a conversation with reporters. That summarizes the man the Mets call Fonzie: polite, subtle, classy, and seemingly effortless.
I just try to be patient at home play and try to get on base for the next guy, this Piazza. And sometimes they want to throw me a fastball right there, so they don't want to face Piazza because I don't think any pitchers in the big league they want to face Piazza many times in one game. And sometimes the benefit, you know, because they worry about the guy right behind me, so I take advantage of that.
Edgardo has led the way because he's hitting in front of Mike. Mike's been able to cap it off. When the two of them are going strong, we're a very, very good team.
A long time ago, Steve, a well-publicized TV baseball announcer asked me, who's this rookie Alfonso with the Mets? And I said, a potential future NL MVP.
Oh, there's no question about it. You know, he does benefit from hitting behind Piazza or in front of Piazza in the order. But at the same time, when you ask the Mets who's the best player on this team, they will tell you day in and day out, it is Fonzie who's the best player they've got.
Now as to the Cardinal pitching. Tony La Russa's decision to start Darryl Kyle last night and Pat Henkin tonight has been second-guessed by everybody except the former Clinton advisor, Dick Morris. In our defense, Steve, we kind of first guessed it.
Yeah, well, you know, there was a lot of reasons why this team lost the ball game last night. And Darryl Kyle, the reason you start him on 3 days rest is if you can bring him back for Game 7, if there is a Game 7. Unfortunately, there might not be one. They had defensive lapses, and on 3 days rest, Darryl Kyle wasn't very good. He gave up 4 runs in the first inning, and then in the second, with 2 outs and the bases loaded, nice breaking ball to Zeal. He has him set up there with a fastball away, and then he hangs this breaking ball, throwing it sidearm. The double clears the bases. They end up with 7 runs in the bottom of the second. Then in the 6th, Fernando Tatis. With a guy on first base and down by just 2 runs, he should be just trying to get on. Instead, he's swinging from the fences here, trying to hit the ball out of the park. He ends up striking out. Then in the 6th inning, in the bottom of the inning, Tatis again at third base, struggling defensively. Doesn't stand up and throw the ball hard over to first base, and it gets away from him. 2 batters later, Mike Piazza hits a little number. Tatis should make this play every day of the week. Mike Piazza hustling all the way down the line, as he always does. They scored 2 runs in that inning without a base hit. Then, with John Franco on the mound, 2 guys on, and Paquette pinch hitting. Look at this play by Ventura. Nobody makes that play in the game better than Robin Ventura. If Paquette is safe on that play, you would see Mark McGwire in the game with a chance to tie it with 1 swing of the bat. The score was 10-6 at that time. He comes in and hits a grand slam. Unfortunately, he never got the opportunity.
Very sad note that Max spent the entire overnight out there on deck, waiting for his chance. A break now. When we return, a closer look at the starting pitchers and at a bunch of Mets who tonight could end decades of waiting for a World Series.
You're watching the Championship Series on Fox, the home of NASCAR.
In November on the Fox 5 10 o'clock news. Want to save money on your medication?
I was totally shocked, totally surprised.
Find out how you can get the prescription medication you need absolutely free on the Fox 5 10 o'clock news in November.
Microfinished camshafts and lightweight pistons mean less friction. Less friction means more power. More power means suddenly the speed of light doesn't seem so fast anymore. The Infinity i30. It's all of this thinking.
It's not always about getting big or going public. It's knowing that size has nothing to do with success. It's writing a check every 2 weeks to yourself. Fleet Small Business Services, Business Credit Express, payroll services, dedicated customer service. Together, we're moving forward, always thinking. Fleet.
Need high-speed internet access really fast? Get Optimum Online cable-powered high-speed internet access right through the cable that's already in your home. Act now and you can try Optimum Online free for 30 days.
More power, more speed, more internet. Optimum Online from Cablevision. Try it free for 30 days. Call up, log on, or stop by.
The remarkably agile, highly responsive Accord. It could be the smartest choice you'll ever make.
Julie!
Well, almost.
What do you say? Yes.
The 2001 Accord from Honda.
It is raining. It is not raining hard. It cannot rain hard enough to rain out the ball game. No Met pitcher has shut the Cardinals down. In 4 games, 36 innings, St. Louis has been retired 1, 2, 3, only 7 times. But Mike Hampton, who's going tonight, managed to shut the Cards out for 7 innings in Game 1. His mound opponent tonight, Pat Henkin, has, by contrast, been up several rivers this season without any visible means of paddling. What's the rap against this guy? He was a Cy Young winner.
Well, he's had a tough year, and health has been an issue, too, but he hasn't pitched in 23 days. His last 2 times out, he got hammered, and guess what? He's never in his lifetime ever beat the Mets. Now, I talked to Mike Matheny, the injured catcher of the Cards, and he says he thinks he's a pretty good matchup for this team because he'll keep the ball away from the Mets. In games past, all the balls that they've hammered have been balls on the inside part of the plate. I think that time off will make it very difficult for him to have pinpoint control.
It is a safe guess that every Met player and fan of vintage 1999 or earlier has had the dream. Kenny Rogers strikes out Andrew Jones. The Mets win Game 6, finish off the most remarkable comeback in sports history, and go to the World Series. But that was only a dream. Tonight, a series berth inflated still further by the possibility that it would be a berth against the crosstown Yankees is almost a reality. Bobby Valentine was drafted by the Dodgers 32 years ago, missing LA's previous World Series by 2 years, leaving 2 years before its next. He played 10 years in the majors, has managed 13 more, plus 1 in Japan, and as recently as last summer, he said, if the Mets didn't improve, he should be fired. He has never been to the World Series. In 8 short years, Mike Piazza has become arguably the greatest offensive catcher in baseball history. 5 seasons of 35 homers or more, all 8 above 300. He has never been to the World Series. John Franco signed his first professional contract the year Ronald Reagan assumed the presidency. The Dodgers traded him away in 1983, 5 years before their World Series. The Reds traded him away in December 1989 and won the World Series without him in October 1990. He has never been to the World Series. For Robin Ventura, who had a 58-game hitting streak in college, and for Todd Zeile, and for Darrell Hamilton, and for Rick Reed, it is 12 years. For Mike Hampton and Bobby Jones and Turk Wendell, it is 8. For Todd Pratt, it is 8, plus a year in Double-A as a player coach and a year in pizza delivery management. And for some, it is more even than just time invested. It is geography, like Timo Perez. And perhaps most poignant of all, there is time and geography and physical perseverance. Elbow surgery in 1995, elbow surgery in 1996, elbow surgery in 1997, shoulder surgery in 1999. Almost forced to retire at age 27, having had more operations than Major League runs scored. Jay Payton, the World Series is calling. Steve, last night Bobby Valentine wouldn't even use the words World Series. He called them those games.
Bobby's very cautious because of all the crap that he's taken in his town, but his team can smell it right now. They're 1 victory away from the World Series. They're playing very good baseball, and they got one of their best pitchers on the hill tonight.
All right, Mike Hampton with the best of credentials for the Mets. Pat Henkin, whom the Cards hope has a miracle in his arm, are the starters. That's it for us. For Steve Lyons, I'm Keith Olbermann. We'll be back afterwards. After this break, Joe, Tim, Bob, and this crowd will join you for the play-by-play as the hit of the Fall Classic hovers.
William, you're my only living relative. Jones, you have served me through thick and thin. Now, Ratchel!
E-Trade's online sign-up makes it easy to open a brokerage account. Apply now and you could be investing in 5 minutes. It's easy. Apply online for a $75 bonus. E-Trade. It's your money.
Sit down and listen to your inner voice. My inner voice says honor my inner child.
Mine says love everyone.
My inner voice says I like a Wendy's bacon mushroom melt. David, you need to go deeper. Oh, okay. The biggie fries and a drink?
Wait, my voice is saying that too.
What's mine?
When you're hungry, Wendy's bacon mushroom melt with 3 strips of bacon and mushrooms in a cheddar cheese sauce is like a voice that can't be denied. When you gotta have one, you gotta have one.
Boy, talk about inner peace.
Is there an insurance company with a 146-year history of proving that your trust is not misplaced? Without question, the St. Paul.
3, the Intel Pentium 3 processor.
A look at Gotham on a cold, wet October night. We prepare for Game 5 of the National League Championship Series between the Cardinals and the Mets. And hello, everyone. I'm Joe Buck. Welcome to the broadcast booth. Tim McCarver and Bob Brenly in just a moment. The New York Mets are one win away from their first World Series since 1986. Meanwhile, the Cardinals are facing elimination. And their manager, Tony La Russa, is facing criticism. Criticism on two fronts. First, how he has used or not used Mark McGwire, who is only 0 for 1 with one intentional walk in this series, and two, the way he's juggled his pitching rotation. Darryl Kyle working on 3 days rest last night was not good at all, and tonight working on 16 days rest is the veteran right-hander Pat Henkin. To my right is Tim McCarver, and Tim, that's really the story now with the Cardinals. A. McGwire, B. their pitching, and his name comes up on the wheel. It's Pat Henkin tonight.
As everybody knows, football has co-captains and the movies have co-stars. Well, tonight, in a sense, Tony La Russa will have co-starters. A bird of prey? Well, the Cardinals are hoping and praying that Pat Henkin can go at least 5 innings. If he can't, if he runs into trouble, the gutsy, plucky Britt Reams. Britt had a terrific performance in Game 2, picking up Rick Ankiel, working 4 1/3 innings, and the only run, a home run to Mike Piazza. So if Henkin can't do it in the first 5, look for La Russa to quickly go to Reams.
So the rotation sets up well on the other side. Mike Hampton, who started Game 1 and won Game 1, is on the mound for the Mets, and down by the field again is Bob Brenly. Bob?
Thank you very much, Joe. You know, Mike Hampton was not a New York Met last year, and given the fact he's a free agent at season's end, he may not be with the Mets next year, but he's been the guy to get the ball in every big game this season. Fox was there for the opening of the 2000 season at the Tokyo Dome when Mike Hampton walked 9 Cubs batters, gave up 4 hits, but only 2 runs, showing his mental toughness. He started Game 1 of the Division Series. He started Game 1 of this NLCS. In many ways, this could very well be his signature game when his label changes from big game pitcher to big game winner. Back to you, Joe.
All right, Bob, thank you. Mike Hampton has been quoted as saying he is ready to pitch the game of his life. If he does, the Mets will be in the World Series. The Cardinals are 1 win away from getting this series back to St. Louis. It's Game 5 of the 2000 National League Championship Series, and it's yours next on Fox.
We've harnessed the power of the human gene so you can say goodbye to your allergies forever with new Nozula. Nozula may cause the following symptoms: itchy rashes, full body hair loss, projectile vomiting, gigantic eyeball, the condition known as hot dog fingers, children born with the head of a golden retriever, seeing the dead, bone liquefaction, possession by the Prince of Darkness, tail growth, elderly pregnancy, back...
E-Trade. It's your money.
Good morning. You're here to try new Aleve Cold and Sinus.
My sinus is clogged.
My head hurts, too. Well, the challenge is you only get 1 pill. But the minute your symptoms return, come tell me. Thanks. See you soon. Okay. Hi. We're off?
No, I feel great. Can I have one for my husband?
Take the 1 pill challenge. New Aleve Cold and Sinus.
Office products fast. Express ordering from OfficeMax.com. You supply the ambition, we'll supply everything else.
Bob Brenly. No candidate cares more about our kids.
We owe it to our children to provide a safe and...
Still going. Long-lasting Energizer batteries keep going and going.
The National League Championship Series on Fox is brought to you by Nissan, driven by E-Trade. It's your money. By New Aleve Cold and Sinus. Take the 1 pill challenge. New Aleve Cold and Sinus. And by Energizer, long-lasting Energizer batteries. The power to keep going and going.
45 minutes ago, this field was covered. It was misting. The mist, for the most part, has stopped. And these fans here at Shea are ready to cheer their Mets into the World Series. Take a look at the starting lineup for the Cardinals, brought to you by Autotrader.com. They'll lead it off with Fernando Vina at second base. For the first time in this series, Placido Polanco batting second and third. Jim Edmonds is hitting third. Then Eric Davis cleans up, and he has had success in his career against Mike Hampton. Then it's Will Clark at first base, Edgar Renteria the shortstop, Ray Langford's in left, Carlos Hernandez does the catching, and Pat Henkin pitches and bats ninth. The defense for the New York Mets, same as they had here last night in Game 4. Agbayani, Payton, and Perez in the outfield. The Mets defense, 3 unearned runs this postseason. Of the 32 runs they've allowed total since the curtain came up on October baseball. And now we highlight the left-hander, Mike Hampton.
1-1 this postseason, 15-10 during the season. Consider he recorded 21 outs against the Cardinals in Game 1. 11 of those 21 were on the ground. And it's not unusual for Mike to get a lot of ground balls. His staple is his fastball inside the right-handed batters, and that's very unusual for a guy who gets a lot of ground balls. He must come inside to the left-handers, and everybody knows the Cardinals have myriad left-handers in the lineup, and he's being encouraged to throw the curveball a little more, but he stayed away from it in Game 1.
Señor Octubre, dígame.
Y para la gente latina que quiere oír el juego en español, en su control tienen el botón SAP. Empújenlo, presiónenlo y oirán el juego en español. Que disfruten el juego y disfruten el habla de español en los Estados Unidos a través de Fox. ¿No es Fox?
This is Fox. And this is Game 5, Edgardo, with the Mets up 3-1. Fernando Vina will try to get something going for St. Louis, taking on Mike Hampton. Glad you're with us on a Monday night. Ball 1. Fernando Vina so far in this LCS, 5 out of 19. Had 1 hit in 3 at-bats, plus a walk against Mike Hampton back in St. Louis in Game 1. That's into the strike zone, a ball and a strike. 56 degrees here. Flushing, New York. And for a while, it looked like we might be delayed at the start. Wind is blowing straight in from center at the moment. The 1-ball, 1-strike pitch. Vina right back up the middle. And like he has in each of the last 3 games, he's on with a base hit. Well, what will the Cardinals try to do at the plate? Some pregame instructions for anybody who will listen from Cardinal hitting coach Mike Easler.
Take no prisoners. See it, read it, and explode. The ABCs of hitting.
It's as easy as ABC. 1, 2, 3. Vina with a line drive back through the middle against Hampton.
Now Polanco.
See it, read it, and explode. Gotta love it.
Of course, he was talking to Larry Sutton, who's not even active for this series, and even Larry got up and walked away. Polanco in the postseason hitting .308. This LCS, only 1 out of 3 has been bothered by a strained right hamstring. Tatis had made the last 2 starts, but tonight it's Polanco. See the jump on that pitch as it cut in on the hands of Polanco, and the count 1-0.
The first inning has been horrible for both clubs. Last night, Cardinals scoring 2 in the top of the first, and the Mets came back with 4. Each team has scored at least 2 runs in the top of the first inning in every game.
Shallow right, Perez coming to get it. 1 on, 1 out. Look at a little history. Postseason history for the Cardinals and the Mets. as Mike Hampton makes the start here tonight. Cardinals in elimination games are 13-7. The Mets in games where they could clinch 7-4, including Game 4 of the division series last Sunday. And the strength of the one-hit shutout by Bobby Jones to KO the Giants. Here's Edmonds. .295 hitter during the regular season, .394 in this postseason. Homered in the first inning last night. A check on Pena. Last night we detailed how the Mets hold against a runner at first for the left-hander on the mound. They do it primarily, Bobby Valentine telling us before the game, for left-handers who don't have a particularly good move or are slow to the plate. They weren't going to use it with Hampton until he got a look at it and a feel for it, and he likes it as well. Ball 1 to Jim Edmonds.
Now, Mike Hampton does not have a good move to first base, but he gets rid of the ball home very, very quickly. He does it two ways. He'll have the normal leg kick, and he's got a slide step toward home when he does not pick up his right leg. He also has a slide step toward first. That was the normal move home, and the Mets got a break on that fastball.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Edmonds thought it was low, and it looked low.
Edmonds with 3 home runs in this postseason, 1 in this LCS. As I mentioned, it came here last night. Goes the opposite way, slicing foul and out of play, and that's strike 2. What it looked like last night against Bobby Jones. Pena third, whack. Right center field, and a short-lived 2-0 lead. 4 doubles on the other side later. And it was 3-2 Mets. It would be 5-4-2 Mets at the end of 1. 7-2 Mets. And as we mentioned last night, they played keep away and won the game 10-6. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Edmonds. And they had Pena leaning, but he got around the tag.
That was the slide step toward first base. A lot of people think this is a balk. You have to step toward first base. Mike Hampton got away with one there. Pena reading it. If you don't step toward first base as a left-handed pitcher, the umpire at first could call a balk. That was very, very close right there.
Now the 1-2 to Edmonds misses up and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. One of the residual effects of the way the Mets hold against a runner at first is the first base umpire doesn't get a real good look with those 2 bodies flashing in front of him.
That's true.
At where the left-handed pitcher puts his foot.
And a home plate umpire is in no position to make the call, nor is a second base umpire.
The 2-2 to Edmonds. Just missed. This crowd wanted strike 3. Instead, it's ball 3 and a full count.
Even though Jim Edmonds struck out 167 times on the year, 3rd in the National League, I think Pena will be off here. The one thing he has to do is make sure Hampton goes home.
The 28-year-old Mike Hampton ready and a 3-2. 2 out.
Not running, and Tony La Russa with the right move. Let's take a look at how Mike Hampton pitched to Jim Edmonds. The fastball misses upstairs, and then a break on a pitch, a low strike. 2-2 to Edmonds, and a very close pitch, and finally Hampton got him on a fastball out of the strike zone.
And now Eric Davis.
Excuse me, Joe, only 1 curveball in that sequence to Edmonds.
Better read on that move. Eric Davis in this postseason hitting under 200. Last night delivered off the bench for Tony La Russa with an RBI double, later scored a run in the 5th inning. As the Cardinals, that frame would make the score 8-6. Made it a game, but lost 10-6.
Well, Joe, we're going to try this one more time. The Cardinals have not been overly aggressive on the bases in this series, other than Edgar Renteria in Game 2 when he stole 3 bases. But once again, the combination of Mike Piazza behind the plate, Mike Hampton does not have a great move to first base. Could be a situation where Vina could be on the move trying to get himself into scoring position.
So again, you're on the line of saying the Cardinals will run.
One more time, we're going to try it.
No balls, 1 strike on Davis. 1 on, 2 out. High and tight, 1-1.
Joe, you mentioned the first base umpire, Steve Ripley, tonight. Couldn't see the move by Hampton. Fernando Pena can't see the move by Hampton. So having Todd Zeile there, he's blocking not only Ripley, but Pena too.
A ball and a strike on Eric Davis. And Hampton falls behind, 2-1. Vina is listed at only 5'9", 174. So he is trying to peek around the bigger-bodied Zeile, who stands between him and the pitcher Hampton. So they get to whisper into each other's ears. 2-1 on Eric Davis. 3 balls and a strike with Will Clark next.
Piazza, in the postseason, has allowed 5 stolen bases in 5 attempts. He had the worst throwing percentage in the major leagues this year. Only 16 out of 126 caught stealing with Piazza behind the plate.
3-1. Davis, a chopper to Ventura. Hampton gone. Hampton around a leadoff hit. Bottom of the first. Mets coming to the plate. No score.
Is there an insurance company that believes the most important thing they cover is the risk you didn't think of? Without question, the St. Paul.
Cannonballs, $129 online. 88 hula hoops, $60 online. Elephant shampoo, $42 online. Not having to pay for any weird charges that show up on your bill? Priceless. With MasterCard, you're not responsible for unauthorized purchases on the web or anywhere. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
The new economy won't be like the old new economy. The new economy will have no ideas. Ideas like profitability. With powerful e-business solutions, the new economy will be about how well you run your e-business, not just how well you promote it. SAP.
Only one thing can come between Ally McBeal and her man.
How's the sex?
I don't care to talk about that.
Ooh, it's that good, huh?
Robert Downey Jr. joins the cast of Ally.
I should have knocked.
Season premiere next Monday on Fox.
Pat Henkin, 16 days of rest. The New York Mets and their starting lineup brought to you by Autotrader.com. Timo Perez will lead off in right field. Edgardo Alfonso batting second. Mike Piazza hits third. Robin Ventura, Todd Zeile, and Benny Agbayani in the middle. Jay Payton in center. Mike Bordick and Mike Hampton, one of the best hitting pitchers in baseball, batting ninth. The defense for the St. Louis Cardinals finds Langford, Edmonds, and Davis in the outfield. Cruz started game 1 against Hampton, but it's Langford tonight with Polanco, Renteria, Vina, Clark, and Carlos Hernandez behind the plate. catching Pat Henkin.
Joe, you mentioned that Pat had not started since September 30th. He has not won a game since September 14th. Only complete game shutout of the year against the Cubs.
Perez leading it off. 5 out of 18 in this LCS, 10 out of 35 in the postseason with 3 RBIs. And the count 1-1. Pat Henkin making his 3rd postseason start. He made 2 starts in '93 with the Toronto Blue Jays, the world champion Blue Jays. A fastball poured in for strike 2. He lost in the LCS to the White Sox. He won Game 3 of the World Series over Philadelphia, 10-3 win. When he went 6 innings, allowed 1 run on 5 hits. Former Cy Young Award winner and a 3-time All-Star. Right now, his job is to turn in, and Tim's already mentioned it, according to Tony La Russa, 5 solid innings here tonight. A 1-2 to Perez. Got him to chase it, but Perez fouls it out of play, still 1-2.
That's the location, even though it was high, but that's the area that Pat Henkin wants to control tonight, the left side of the plate. As you were looking at it right there, inside to a left-hander, outside to a right-hander.
Breaking ball, grounded up the middle, another hit for Perez. 6 out of 19 in the league championship series.
As the leadoff batter, he has scored 3 runs in the 4 games. And Perez does it again. It's like it went under the glove of Renteria. Pretty good curveball by Henkin.
There you go. Scored as a leadoff hitter 3 of 4 times in this series. 2 outfield assists, 6 runs scored, and he's on for the most potent and most clutch Mets hitter, Edgardo Alfonzo. Low and away, ball 1. Edgardo with a 10-game postseason hitting streak dating back to Game 5 of last year's NLCS against Atlanta. He's hitting all 8 in this postseason for New York, and the throw to first. Find it interesting that Carlos Hernandez, the Cardinal catcher, has changed the color of his catching gear. Last night had gray catching gear, and tonight, in my mind at least, either one of 2 reasons. 1, superstition. 2, to make Henkin feel more comfortable on the mound, and I'll tell you why in a moment. There goes Perez, swing and a miss, throw down, safe. Perez will go to third, and he's there with nobody out. Stolen base, E2, runner at third, nobody down.
We keep talking about how the Cardinals should run, and it's the Mets and Perez who continue to run. A poor pitch to handle by Hernandez, a short hop to Vigna, and Perez, he has become a one-man first-inning wrecking crew for the Mets.
Now the 1-1 to Alfonzo is ripped to short under the glove of Renteria, and the Mets are on top 1-0.
Renteria was there, and a ball that should have been handled. So an error on Renteria. If the glove's down, the ball's there. 27 errors on the year. And again, that stolen base. If Alfonzo hits that same tight ball and Renteria makes the play, you can turn that into a double play.
Now 1 on, nobody out. It's a hit for Alfonzo. That's how they scored it. to give him an 11-game hitting streak, and he's hit now in all 9 that the Mets have played in this postseason. 4 against the Giants. This is Game 5 of the NLCS. Here's Piazza, nobody out. And the count goes to 2-0. Starting pitching for the Cardinals in this NLCS in the first inning has been atrocious. Henkin gave up a leadoff hit to Perez, stole second, went to third on the throwing error by Hernandez. Perez scored on the hit by Alfonso, and now 3-0 on Piazza.
Piazza not normally a hitter who likes to swing 3-0.
Tailing back, put low, ball 4, 2 on, nobody out. Two hits, a walk, a stolen base, an error, a run. Facing 3 batters after 16 days of rest for Pat Henkin. Now it's Ventura. Runners on at first and second, nobody out, and a strike from Henkin. Ripped into right field. Alfonso around third, he'll score. Digging for third is Piazza. 2-0 New York in the first.
Baseball is a game of first. Last night, 4 doubles in the first inning. Double trouble indeed. Tonight, single trouble. 3 out of the first 4 hitters with singles.
Todd Zeile quoted after last night's game saying it's so close we can taste it. A taste getting better and better. A 2-0 Mets lead in the first. Zeile with first and third, nobody out, takes ball 1. His average climbing upward with a 6 for 15 performance in this LCS. Since League Championship Series went to a best-of-7 format in 1985, only one team has come back down 3 games to 1 to advance to the World Series. That was at the expense of the Cardinals in '96 on the part of the Braves. But a much different story there. The Braves, with the kind of pitching they had lined up for the final 3 games, just blew the Cardinals away. The Cardinals, starting Henkin tonight, they're iffy on Bennis if there is a Game 6. And they would have to go back to Kyle in Game 7 if they got there. 2 balls, no strikes. Zeile takes a strike, and it's 2-1. Cardinal infield about halfway. They will give up a run for the double play ball. Two balls and a strike. Zeile grounds one to second. Pena kicks it. Dropped at first by Clark. In to score Piazza. 3-0 Mets. And Zeile's on at first with only 1 out. You talk about two ugly nights of defense last night and now here in the first inning. The play by Renteria. Vina kicks it at the start of this play, and Clark misses it on the back end of it.
And an error on Carlos Hernandez. The boot by Vina, and that ball should have been handled by Will Clark. No error on the play. Looks like the ball hit the heel of the glove of Clark. Very, very shaky defense for the Cardinals here in the first inning.
So now a runner at first, one out. 3 runs home for the Mets. And Benny Agbayani at the plate. Very quietly, Benny Agbayani has hit in every postseason game this year for the Mets. In this LCS, 5 out of 15. Hitting .333 in the postseason. 2-0.
But Joe and Tim, it's very clear down here at field level. The ground balls are staying down, hugging the ground. The Tarps, of course, were on the field all afternoon. There is still some moisture on the grass and on the dirt as well. The ball that got under Renteria's glove and the ball that Vina misplayed at second, both hugging the ground.
2-0 to Agbayani's a strike. The official scorer on the ball hit by Zeal has charged an error to the first baseman Clark and has taken the RBI away from Zeal. At any rate, it's 3-0. 2 errors on the board now for St. Louis here in the first inning. And a 2-1 pitch coming to Agbayani. 3-1.
That's one of the few times that I have seen an error given because you cannot anticipate a double play. Clearly it wasn't one given to Vina. But had Clark made the catch, it would have been clearly a double play. It is odd for an error to be given on that play.
3 balls and a strike. Agbayani takes a walk. Second walk of the first inning for Henkin. Rest is one thing. 16 days of rest another. And the Cardinals were anxious, concerned about how Henkin would come out and work here early tonight with that sort of a layoff. He's thrown simulated games, but that obvious, you can't simulate this kind of pressure, this kind of a start, and there's already action for the Cardinals in their bullpen.
Well, we mentioned if Henkin were in trouble early, that Britt Reams would be the pitcher.
2 on, 1 out. Payton takes a strike. There's Reams. In case you're wondering, with 6 or more days of rest since the start of '98, Henkin is 4-0 in 5 starts with an ERA of under 2.5. But the stats cannot support what he would do on 16 days of rest. There's another hit. Zeal held up at second, and the bases are loaded with only 1 out.
Zeal had to hold up because from his vantage point, he couldn't tell whether Vina had a shot at that double play. Here's Zeal right here. That's holding up right there. No way for Todd to score. Todd is not a fast runner. But another single. That's 4 hits in this inning, and the Cardinals in the first inning have now scored 10 runs in the first inning in these 5 games.
And again, it all goes back to the start that Timo Perez gives them out of the leadoff spot. A hit, a stolen base, and a run scored in the first inning tonight. Last night in Game 4, a double and a run scored. Game 3 on Saturday, a single and a run scored. Perez struck out in the first inning of Game 2, but Game 1, a double and a run scored. The first man to the plate for the Mets. And now here's Bordick with the bases loaded, 1 out. Mets already leading by 3. Bordick, who is hitless in this series, up there ready for the first pitch. He's 0 for 9 in the count 0-1.
And it's important for the infielders to determine the speed of a ground ball. If the ball's not hit sharply and crisply, they must come home and forego the double play.
0-1 the count on Bordick. 1 ball, 1 strike. Last 2 games, these Mets, 9 out of 17 with runners in scoring position. That's a big out for Henkin and the Cardinals with a pitcher coming up as Clark puts it away. Infield fly rule in effect. 2 out. It is the pitcher coming up, but it is one of the best hitting pitchers in the game today, and that's Mike Hampton. If he could, I'm sure Bordick would like to snap the bat over his knee. 0 for 10 in this series, and a guy who has not joined in with this Mets offensive explosion. Bases loaded, 2 out. Here's Hampton. 2 out of 5 at the plate in this postseason. He was going to swing at the first pitch when he woke up this morning. 0-1.
Mike, with 20 hits on the season, not only is he a good hitter, he's a fast runner. On a slowly hit ball, he'll be running hard down the line.
0-2. Bases loaded, 2 out. The 0-2 pitch. Hampton lunging. He held up 1-2.
Did he go too far? Nah, not even close.
20 hits during the regular season and 73 at-bats. 1 shy of a Mets club record. Doc Gooden holds that record. The 1-2 pitch. Over but low, 2-2. Got him looking, and a long first inning is over for Pat Henkin. The Mets come up with 3 runs, 4 hits, a couple of walks, 2 errors, and they lead 3. Timo time. First inning production for the Mets. 3-0 New York after 1.
America's Air Force has a plane so advanced, it dominates everything in the air. Yet on radar, it's as small as a bird. The meanest, baddest bird on the planet. Join the team that keeps us flying. America's Air Force. No one comes close.
A typical day for the IT manager. Everyone wants everything now. Luckily, there's CDW, your direct solutions provider. CDW uses 50,000 top-name products to give you complete systems, including custom configuration and pre-installed software. Why get hung up in work when CDW is here to make life easier? CDW, computing solutions built for business.
There's a moment in every race.
In every game.
In every 60 minutes. When you can either quit, fold, or say to yourself, I can do this.
Critics are raving about the new Fox hit, Dark Angel.
What's your name, Dollface?
It's hellaciously fun. Jessica Alba is something to behold and a star to watch.
Damn, bro, what's in those pills?
Spinach.
An all-new Dark Angel. At 9/8 Central tomorrow on Fox. The search begins. The X-Files season premiere Sunday, November 5th.
A terrific start for the Mets here in Game 5. Hampton got around a leadoff hit in the first, and his teammates gave him 3 runs to play with. Second inning, Will Clark first up. Clark, Renteria, Langford, a little different look to Tony La Russa's lineup tonight. Ball 1 down and in. In case you're wondering, all 3 runs were earned in the bottom of the first. 1 ball, 1 strike from Hampton. Renteria next. Will Clark has been in 16 games in his LCS history. Sitting .475. Takes a strike and he's in the hole 1 and 2. .475 with 4 home runs and 12 RBIs. Crowd into it. They want to see Hampton's second strikeout. Clark stays alive.
Hampton appears to be throwing harder tonight than he was in St. Louis. There was movement on that fastball low. We mentioned the 11 ground balls of the 21 outs by the Cardinals, 4 strikeouts and 6 outs on the air, in the air. But he's throwing the ball a lot harder tonight than he was in St. Louis.
2 and 2, 91. Hampton has refused to answer questions as to where he thinks he will end up past this year. The 2-2 pitch to the left side, and a tester for Boarding. Circles it, throws it. 1 away. Good play. Clark grounds out to start the second.
Hampton very compact in his delivery. Mike is only 5'9", a terrific athlete. Would have gone to Florida State as a defensive back if he didn't sign with the Houston Astros.
With 1 out, Renteria takes a strike over the inside corner.
Normally, you don't make that connection of football and a pitcher in baseball. Brian Jordan of the Atlanta Braves, of course, an ex-football player. Those are 2 sports that usually don't blend together if you're a pitcher, but it has for Hampton.
Renteria up with Langford on deck. Shattered bat. Routine for Bordick this time. And he just did get Renteria 2 out. We talked about the athleticism back in Game 1 when Hampton made the start in St. Louis. He bounces around whether he's at the plate or on the mound. Trying for the kick save and a ball hit by Hernandez. And then hustling down the line on a ground ball to the left side of the infield. Scoring on a base hit. He is a little fighter. Not a big guy, 5'10", 180. Grew up in Florida, lives in Houston. Still has a lot of friends on that Houston Astro Club. He was traded here to the Mets on December 23rd of last year with Derek Bell. That's giving him 3 good young players to get him. Roger Cedeno, Octavio Dotel, and Clyde Kessel, a left-handed pitcher. And it may very well be a 1-year rent and ace for the Mets. didn't know what they were going to get out of Al Leiter, who last year was 13-12, had a down year after a solid season 2 years ago. You could make the case that either Leiter or Hampton is the #1 starter in this Mets rotation. Leiter, we know, will stay. Hampton will command big dollars, and I don't think the dollars are going to be the problem. It would be the problem for these Mets in bringing Hampton back. It's just him deciding if he wants to stay in New York. 3-1 to Langford is popped up. Ventura, look at the wind play with that. First Portick thought he had it, then Ventura had to redirect, change his position. A 1-2-3 second for Hampton. 3-0 Mets.
We're all one family, one team, a football team, driving down Soldier Field with,
1:13 left on the clock.
1 minute, 13 seconds left on the clock, and
No timeouts left.
no timeouts left because the coach has stupidly used them all up.
Football fans can find anything they need at Chicago's Electra Electronics, provided they have Visa. Because if you try to use American Express,
and we score!
You don't have a prayer. Visa, it's everywhere NFL fans want to be.
Office Max. You supply the ambition, we'll supply everything else.
Running our own e-business suite, Oracle saved $1 billion in 1 year. How much will you save? Oracle. Software powers the internet.
The world's most advanced shave is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Mach 3. Easy loading, easy rinsing, and 3 blades that shave closer in 1 easy stroke. Mach 3 from Gillette.
Fresh baked bread, a sandwich's best friend.
He's out there with Subway's 3 new gourmet breads, like Parmesan oregano and hearty Italian with cornmeal. Fresh baked breads with savory seasonings that are giving Subway sandwiches a delicious new taste. Subway, eat fresh.
I need a car?
Shopping for a used car will never be the same.
No, a convertible. A red one. With under 15,000 miles.
Welcome to Autotrader.com. With 1.5 million used cars updated daily, it's the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
You couldn't help me with a loan, could you? Can we help you?
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
NLCS on Fox is brought to you by Autotrader.com, the biggest, best used car site on the planet, and by the new Smart Visa card with chip technology. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Up above, the Bud 1 airship, which travels throughout the year and appears at many exciting sporting events across the country. Chilly night here in New York, mid-50s. A steady mist. Can you say a steady mist earlier in the night? That makes sense. The rain has stopped. The wind is blowing straight in, and Perez shoots one to left. Langford back to get it. 1 out. 1 pitch, 1 out. Here in the second. I started to talk in the bottom of the first about Carlos Hernandez, about him changing the color of his catching gear, and this is only speculation. It might border the ridiculous as Alfonso stands in. But last night catching Darryl Kyle with gray catching equipment on, tonight red. I think whatever the Cardinals can do to make Pat Henkin feel as comfortable as possible without Mike Matheny behind the plate. Matheny wore red catching gear during the season. Mike Matheny caught all but one of Pat Henkin's starts this season, and of all the pitchers the Cardinals have, Kyle and that poor start last night included, Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan are more worried about Pat Henkin working with Carlos Hernandez, or a better way to put it, not working with Mike Matheny than any other pitcher on his staff. Alfonso gets into one to left center. At the track, at the wall, it's caught by Langford. 371 feet away. 2 out.
I've got to think that the wind had something to do with that ball. That ball was smoked to left center. I think Ray Langford thought the ball was out. Ray ends up making a fine, fine play. But remember the pop-up
hit by Ray Lankford to end the top of the second inning. Ventura had problems with it. Joe, you mentioned the wind carrying that ball in. I think the wind had a lot to do with that ball, and so did Tony La Russa. Tony thought it was out the minute it was hit.
Piazza now strike one. Sure Henkin did. La Russa watching from the dugout over in that corner to the left of home plate as we view it, thought it was gone. Lankford didn't give up on it.
Nope.
Went back and made the play, and now an 0-1 pitch to Piazza, who walked and scored his first time, is high.
Mets making the deal for Mike Piazza on May 22nd, 1998. Todd Hundley was the catcher at the time. Todd Hundley and Mike Piazza played about 3/4 of the season for the Mets that year.
3-1 with Ventura next.
But a bigger decision came after the 98 season when the Mets decided to sign Mike for $91 million over 7 years, turning into quite a bargain now.
Back to Henkin, knocks it down. And after a long first inning, a 1-2-3 second. Not without a scare from Alfonso. And after two, 3-0 Mets. We'll be back following this word from your local Fox station.
Gotta stay sharp on the job. Gotta stay sharp on the job.
Hey, want to be on top of your game?
Gotta stay sharp on the job.
Be a winner in the workplace. Get tips on Good Day.
Tomorrow starting at 6 a.m.
On Fox 5.
Talks about carday.com.
Brianna and I live a very active lifestyle, and I knew I needed a reliable car to get around in. I wasn't sure which car I wanted. So on Car Day, I was able to look at all these different models and makes in a real short period of time. And they have the Carfax service, which gives you the history of the car, if it was ever in an accident or a flood, information that's really important. I saved $2,000 by going on Car Day. I'd recommend it to anybody.
carday.com. Certified used cars.
What's better than 3 months of Prodigy for the price of one? A, a flying car. B, the all-cookie dough diet. C, no line at the DMV. Or D, none of the above. The answer is D, because none of these other things exist. But if you sign up now, you really can get 3 months of Prodigy Internet for the price of one. For more info, call 1-800-PRODIGY today. Prodigy is the answer.
Peter Friedman gets top-notch advice in everything he does. So why doesn't he get top-notch advice when he invests online? Simple. He doesn't know he can. See how we earn it. Solomon Smith Barney.
The many different looks of Carlos Hernandez as he steps in yesterday on the left, catching with the gray catcher's equipment. Tonight with the red. We talked last night about the white fingernail polish that he's wearing so that his pitcher can get a better look at the signs that he's putting down. White Hampton has good action on that fastball as he hits the inside corner. 0-1 on Carlos Hernandez. Hitting .280 in the postseason. Filling in for Mike Matheny. Off the plate to the third baseman Ventura. Had to fight the lights. 1 out. Here's Carlos Hernandez before the game, and now we've answered that question. Nothing from Revlon. It's just liquid paper. Not very good at it either. So the nails extended. And there's the afternoon game from Catcher Cam. This is the E-Fashion Report here in Game 5 of the National League Championship Series. Have to worry, Bob Brenly, if Will Clark started painting his fingernails, wouldn't you?
You would definitely be concerned. Fortunately for Carlos Hernandez, though, we know white goes with anything. Yeah, but on a serious note, that's much more appropriate than what most catchers do when they wrap tape around their fingers so the pitchers can see the signs. That tape occasionally will interfere with the grip that you're able to get on a ball trying to make a throw.
Here's Henkin floating one into right. Perez thinking about throwing him out at first, but Henkin got down the line well enough, and Perez, who's playing like he's been in the big leagues for 15 years, gives a wink in at Pat Henkin, 1-on, 1-out.
Henkin not running hard until he saw Perez think about throwing to first. The one impressive thing among many about Perez is his body language. He feels like he belongs. You can see it in his play. You can see it in the way he carries himself.
1-on, 1-out. Pena with a double play ball to second. Alfonso from the glove, and the Mets can't turn it. As it was, Alfonso, who had to dive to his right, did all he could to try, flipping it straight out of the leather. But Pena's speed avoided the double play.
Now, Bob had talked about it in the first inning, how the condensation and not allowed the ball to take the normal hops, and that ball hugging the ground. Alfonso thought it was going to be a clean hop. Had to shuffle it off to Bordick with the glove hand.
So now 1-on, 2-out. Placido Polanco at the plate. Polanco flied to right his first time up. Edmonds would follow. Strike one.
Here are some of the ground balls that we were talking about in this ball game back in the first inning. Ball hugged the ground, got underneath the glove of Edgar Renteria. Then a ball hit to his backhand that stayed down, got underneath the glove. Tough play for Vina. The ball stayed down once again. And then the last one that we just saw hit to Edgardo Alfonso, the ball stayed down as well.
So the inning is kept alive by that. And the 0-1 pitch to Polanco is chopped foul 0-2.
Some of that may have to do with that turf that's around the home plate. It's a very soft surface with the rain before the game, and when that ball hits there, it does have a tendency to flatten out and not allow the ground balls to take the normal hops.
0-2 on Polanco. Got him looking. Second strikeout for Hampton. And the Mets cruise into the bottom of the third inning. Carlos Hernandez goes back to work. So does Henkin, with the Cardinals down by 3.
Now you can receive a short text message over the internet. Then send back an answer. Or simply type in one of your own. Introducing two-way internet messaging, only from Nextel.
Buy a Nextel internet-ready phone starting at $99.99 and get an identical phone free.
Andy, those sockets are only supposed to be used for Domino's heat wave bags. They need to stay plugged in so the pizza's delivered hot. Are you listening to me?
The Domino's heat wave bag is plugged in to stay hot.
You happy now, Andy?
It's a fall heat wave at Domino's, where you can get a hot deal every day. Call now and get a large one-topping pizza and a 2-liter of Coke for $9.99. Domino's, bad Andy, good pizza.
Some home improvement stores have been telling you that they have lower prices than the Home Depot. Somebody's been very bad. You can sit around and wait for some home improvement store to offer lower prices than the Home Depot, but it's not going to happen.
Looking for your home planet, Terry?
Very funny, Howard. Actually, I'm tracking a satellite in geosynchronous orbit 22,000 miles above us. It's sending a digital signal to my cool little RCA Direct TV dish. Wow. But you don't have to know all that. Just the RCA experts at Radio Shack.
Good.
Now for a limited time, buy an RCA Direct TV system for $99.99 and get free Radio Shack standard installation when you sign up for Total Choice Programming. The RCA Digital Entertainment Center, only at Radio Shack.
Last season's smash hit comedy is back.
Pass the lamp is a home run. 2 men scored.
That was a foul ball.
Are you crazy? It went right down the line. That was foul. Your home plate. You don't get a vote.
The Emmy Award-winning Malcolm in the Middle. Season premieres Sunday, November 5th at 8:30 on Fox.
A 3-0 New York lead, bottom of the third inning. Tonight, immediately after the game, turn to Fox Sports Net for a special edition of the National Sports Report, live from Chase Stadium. Keith Olbermann and Steve Lyons give you complete post-game coverage, including highlights, interviews, and analysis of the entire National League Championship Series. The National Sports Report tonight after the game on Fox Sports Net. Here's Ventura. An RBI single his first time up. Zeal and Agbayani will follow against Henke. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ventura 3 out of 12 in this series. Driven off the plate, 2-1.
Keith Olbermann mentioned briefly Robin Ventura, who went to Oklahoma State. He was a Cowboy in 1986 when the Mets won the World Series. And that year, he hit in 58 games in a row. Much is made and much should be made of Joe DiMaggio's famous 56-game hitting streak back in 1941. 58 in a row, even if you're in college, some achievement.
That's foul. That meant 58 ping, ping, with those aluminum bats.
No broken bats.
No.
No.
Day after day after day for Ventura. That's foul. Not a lot of hits in this LCS for Ventura, but toward the tail end of the division series, you could see him get a better swing at the ball, and it started with that Game 4 2-run first inning homer. He is up there just taking hack after hack after hack. Last 3 foul, and the count's still 3-2.
Robin also a member of the American baseball team, the Seoul Olympics. Actually, a gold medal, but it was demonstration sport that year.
Takes a leadoff walk here to start the third inning.
Andy Bennis of the Cardinals, also a member of that team.
Here's Zeal. There's Andy Bennis. Former #1 pick in the country back in 1988. Came right up with San Diego in '89. He, Andy Bennis, so far is the only starter who has turned in a solid outing in this LCS for Tony La Russa. Ventura running, hit and run. Zeal is one of the few guys in this Mets lineup that Bobby Valentine can do that with. The count 0-1.
It's odd also for Bobby to put it on the first pitch because Todd Zeal is not a first ball hitter. Probably more than anybody in the National League. Zeal will take that first pitch. So since he fouled it back, Bobby Valentine may put it on again.
But that's the situation the Mets are in, up 3-1. They're leading 3-0 third inning here in Game 5. They can do what they want.
Play a more wide open game.
Ventura stays put on ball one. You made the remark to Bobby Valentine when we met with him before the game. You've never seen him this relaxed.
I haven't. Very intense guy, and Bobby's answer, well, when you're managing this team, you become more relaxed. Great deal of respect for this veteran crew with some younger players sprinkled in.
Strike two on Zeal. In fact, he said, they calm me down. Yeah, a lot of times I'll get up and I'll walk down to the end of the dugout just so I can listen to what they're saying so that I become more calm, as opposed to the manager walking down to the end of the bench trying to calm the players down. A ball and 2 strikes on Zeal after a leadoff walk to Ventura. 2 balls, 2 strikes. These Mets trying to close out this National League Championship Series here tonight and avoid climbing on a plane tomorrow, going back to St. Louis for Game 6, which would be on Wednesday. They have the right guy on the mound to do that. Mike Hampton, who has pitched 3 shutout innings so far, allowing only 2 hits. The 2-2. Got him on the inside corner, 1 out. Here's Bobby Valentine talking about the importance of ending the series tonight here at home.
I don't think we have had a time schedule in doing what we have to do. We just feel we have to do it. We want to do it. So it'd be nice to have our home field and our fans share this whole thing, but we know we're going to play until the bitter end, whenever that end is, and we believe that we're going to come out victorious.
1 on, 1 out here for Agbayani. Then he walked his first time up. Mets scored 3 in the first and left the bases loaded. Henkin runs him off the plate. That's something Henkin has to do if he's going to work that slot over the outside part of the plate.
Yeah, that's his lane. Often pitchers will have that lane that they're familiar with. And Henkin very familiar with the outside part of the plate to right-handers and inside to left-handers.
One ball, 1 strike.
Well, inwardly he may be extremely nervous, but Bobby Valentine very calm before the ball game today, drumming along with the music that was playing on the PA system. He's no Ringo Starr, but he knows how to bang those skins a little bit.
He's been playing Wipeout. One ball, 1 strike, 1 on, 1 out. And saved by Hernandez, 2-1.
Here's what we were talking about as we take a look at the scouting report. He controls the left side of the plate, the fastball and the slider. Tony La Russa saying that he must get his curveball over. And the 3rd time through the lineup, it's the 2nd time here in the 3rd inning, 2nd time through the lineup. That 3rd time through the lineup is what concerns Tony La Russa.
The 2-1 to Agbayani, 3-1. You would have to think that the 3rd time through the lineup, Henkin will be sitting and watching, and Reams or somebody else will be out of the bullpen and pitching for St. Louis.
I don't think the Cardinals can really afford another at-bat by Pat Henkin. Outs are precious to the Cardinals right now.
Ball 4 from Henkin. 2 walks in the inning. 4 on the night. And with a Zeal strikeout in between, walks to Ventura and Agbayani for Jay Payton. So with 2 on, 1 out, Payton will bat, and we remind you this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of Major League Baseball. happening in St. Louis if this game stays as is. Peyton with 2 on, 1 out. Already has a single in tonight's game. And Henkin falls behind. There is action behind Henkin in the bullpen. Red Reams, who was warming up back in the first inning. Talk about third time through the lineup. Henkin almost didn't make it 1 time through the lineup. 1 ball, 1 strike on Peyton. Down the left field line for Langford. The wind will hold that up. And the runners retreat to first and second, 2 out.
N.J. Peyton hit it down on the end of the bat. It was a slider. Just on the end of the bat. And not making contact on the barrel. And Langford able to catch up to it.
Unless you pound the ball, that outfield is going to be a burial ground for these fly balls tonight. 2 on, 2 out for Porting. Talked about his frustration after popping up with the bases loaded, only 1 out back in the first. He's 0 for 10 in this series and 2 out of 22 in the postseason. Shallow right, Davis. And the Mets put 2 on with a pair of walks. They've now left 5. 4th inning. Heart of the order for St. Louis. Edmonds, Davis, Clark coming up. 3-0 Mets.
Where do you find inspiration? Sometimes where you least expect it. With technology that takes you beyond old boundaries to something more inspiring. Like the compact Proline server. With a 1.75-inch profile that fits everywhere, you can have your next big idea anywhere. Welcome to the new IT. Inspiration technology from Compaq.
Get out of here. What? You want to dance, old man?
Want strong bones? Calcium may help prevent osteoporosis.
Check out a special issue. Episode.
Gee, it's just my type. Naked.
Of That 70s Show, all new tomorrow at 8, 7 Central on Fox.
I think I want to make a trade.
Phil Jackson arrived in L.A. today and wasted no time getting down to business. Talk basketball because Showtime has returned to Los Angeles. Who, what, when, where? Come on, Phil. Sit down. Come on.
Hi, Mr. Jackson. So I heard about a trade.
What's up?
How you doing? I'm Pete, your limo driver. I was just wondering, you know anything about the trade?
I'm going to make it right now.
TV Waterhouse, member New York Stock Exchange.
Show me some love, Phil.
Hi there. I hope you're going to spend that money wisely.
What?
Put it toward this.
$1,650 in combined savings on the last of the 2004 runners. Your Toyota dealers are giving you $750 in factory-to-dealer incentives and $900 in extra value packages on the SUV voted best overall value in its class. The 4Runner at your Toyota dealer.
And I was just going to buy shoes. You and Toyota, much better fit.
Baseball is brought to you locally by Toyota. Real value every day.
Still a 3-0 lead for Mike Hampton and the Mets. Take a look at the St. Paul Company's trivia question. Cardinals won their last World Championship in 1982. He was named their World Series most valuable player. You know, sir?
Not offhand.
Edmonds will start it. 0 for 1. He struck out back in the first inning and takes a strike on the outside corner. So far, so good in the control area for Mike Hampton. Fell behind each of the first 3 hitters in the first inning. But he has good life to his pitches tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's that extra pop, that extra 10 feet through the strike zone. Said it earlier, Mike Hampton threw well in St. Louis, but he's throwing better tonight.
Two and 1.
1982 Cardinals. Mark McGuire was...
There's a good time to put him on camera.
Mark, I believe, was a freshman at Southern California that year as a pitcher.
Edmonds 2-2.
Cardinals came back against the Milwaukee Brewers and won game 6 and 7 in St. Louis. And I remember Willie McGee had a great series that year.
Is that who you're going with?
Well, trying to think. Yeah, I might.
Okay.
I might. Yep.
That's your pick.
Yep.
Okay. Edmonds with a count of 2 balls, 2 strikes. Third strikeout for Hampton. What an awkward swing that was.
Well, we talk about the front shoulder often. I was thinking the same thing. Look at Edmonds dropping the back shoulder. When you drop that back shoulder, obviously you can't do anything but hit the ball in the air. Edmonds with 42 home runs. But the key to most hitters' success is keeping that front shoulder down. That was an odd-looking swing from Jim then.
Eric Davis takes strike 1. In the lineup because of his success in years past with Mike Hampton. 9 out of 20 coming in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Davis at the plate now, and Will Clark waiting to hit next. In for strike 2. Mike Hampton in complete control at this point. New York Mets tonight trying to win their 4th National League pennant. Ventura backs up. Long throw, 2 out.
Mike Easler, the Cardinal hitting instructor, was known as the hit man when he played for Pittsburgh, not the miss man. And here's what he had to say about that swing of Jim Edmonds.
See that backup breaking ball? I don't know if that was a curveball or a sinker. You see that thing spinning, you want to swing at it and swing right through it.
Dropping that back shoulder as Jim did, and that's that backup breaking ball that Mike was talking about.
2 out, bases empty. Will Clark. Clark tested Bordick with a ground ball to Bordick's right back in the 2nd inning, 0 for 1.
Perhaps you folks may not know what a backup breaking ball is. A left-handed hitter from a left-handed pitcher sees the curve. He anticipates it to be where the pitcher anticipates it, and that's low and away. Well, when the ball stays up, the spin of the ball really fools the left-handed hitter, as it appeared to fool Edmonds. Instead of breaking, it stays on the same plane. Good fastball from Hampton.
Top of the fourth inning, 3-0 Mets. New York's out hit St. Louis 4-2.
It's fashionable in this area during the summer to go to the Hamptons. That's what the Mets have done tonight.
One ball, 2 strikes on Clark. 2-2. These Cardinals look defeated right now. They need somebody to do something big. As Clark lines one into center, a 2-out base hit. Third single of the night for St. Louis. And Renteria will walk in.
And now this breaking ball does what it's supposed to do. Clark read it and went to it and hit it hard. That's to be distinguished between that backup breaking ball that Edmonds swung through.
Renteria grounded out to short his first time up. Squirts away from Piazza, but Will Clark stays put, ball 1.
Remember Mike Easler in the first inning telling his hitters to read it and then explode. Very, very important to read that particular pitch, and Will Clark, one of the best at doing that.
Lefty, righty doesn't matter these days for Clark, who's now 27 out of 61 in LCS action. Strike on Renteria.
Keeping the ball away from Renteria. Renteria set a Cardinals record for home runs by a shortstop with 16 this year.
That's ball 2. Strike 2 as Steve Ripley rings up Renteria, who looks back into the dugout for support.
Edgar goes too far.
Crowd to its feet again. 1-2 to Renteria. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Langford would be next. A 2-out single by Clark. A 3-0 Mets lead, top of the 4th inning. Inning over. As Piazza completes the play, 4 strikeouts from Mike Hampton. He said before this game he's ready to pitch the game of his life. So far, so good. 4 strikeouts, no runs, and only 3 hits. Bottom of the 4th inning now, and a 3-0 New York lead.
Yup. Yup.
Yup.
Yup.
Yup.
Yup.
Yup.
Yup.
Yup.
Yup.
Yup.
Yup.
Avaya, communication without boundaries.
Man, that sandwich was good. Is there another one?
Well, yeah, but we're saving it for Dale.
I'll be right back.
When you get that craving for Wendy's bacon mushroom melt.
Hey, Dave, you having fun? Yeah. Why don't you stay out
out a few more laps.
Okay.
With 3 strips of bacon and mushrooms in a cheddar cheese sauce, it's impossible to resist. Now, where's that sandwich? Wendy's bacon mushroom melt. When you gotta have one, you gotta have it.
I'm kind of hungry. I hope no one ate my lunch.
With a 1 to 2 to 4 mix of concrete increases in bulk 26%. 1 to 2 to 5 increases 18%. 1 to 3 to 5 increases. This is getting pretty heavy. Better lighten things up a bit. There you go, Professor. Now you're cooking. Sometimes the light way is the right way to live the high life.
Hey, guys. Do you want to try a Reason?
Yeah, I'm game. Me too. What's up with Reason? Got a lot of chocolate. Great chew, too. Not too hard, not too soft. Can I try one more?
Mighty chocolatey, mighty Reason. You gotta try them. It takes years of practice to become a master. But this master has a secret weapon.
Good stuff.
To become invincible. Uh-oh. Jackie Chan, The Legend of Drunken Master, rated R. Everywhere, Friday.
If you thought being a student was hard,
He's trying to send Dana Poole home because she's not wearing a bra.
try being a teacher.
It's obscene.
You just have a problem with the female body.
Young lady, the female body.
Harvey.
Look at those breasts. Harvey.
Look at you, purr.
From the creator of Ally McBeal and The Practice, Boston Public, premieres next Monday at 8/7 Central on Fox. From the creator of Sex and the City, The Street, premieres Wednesday, November 1st on Fox.
Bottom of the 4th inning now. The Mets bat. They lead by 3. Pat Henkin back to work. Hampton up there hammering. Strike 1. Hampton struck out looking with the bases loaded back in the 1st inning. And Henkin has survived since. Got around 2 walks last inning and now runs the count even, a ball and a strike on Hampton. It'll be Hampton, Perez, and Alfonso. Anybody gets on Piazza here in this 4th inning. That's foul. Well, the Mariners will be here in New York, in the Bronx, taking on the Yankees. Game 6 tomorrow at 8 Eastern on NBC. With the Yankees leading that series 3-2. And then, if necessary, 4 o'clock Eastern, Wednesday would be Game 6 between the Mets and the Cardinals in St. Louis here on Fox. The 2-2 off the end of the bat, shallow left for Langford. Hampton is 0 for 2. Timo Perez has done more than fill in for Derek Bell. He's given this Mets team a different look. Derek Bell is not even with this ball club anymore. He went home to Tampa after suffering this injury to his right ankle. A high right ankle sprain. And that ball hit down the line by Barry Bonds in Game 1 of the division series. Starting with Game 2 of the division series, Timo Perez has let baseball know that he is here, front and center.
Another run scored tonight at 7 in the League Championship Series. He leads both teams in runs scored.
Looking like he was going to walk up and try that running bunt. Strike 1 from Henkin. Something he tried last night and was unsuccessful with. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tony La Russa told us before the game he expected, or at least hoped for, that might be a better way to put it, Pat Henkin would go 5 and leave having given up 3 or 4 runs. That's off Henkin to the shortstop. On to first and safe as Clark couldn't dig it out.
He might be out. If that ball didn't hit the ground, if it hit off the heel and didn't hit the ground and Renteria caught it, but it hit the ground. So it skipped into the ankle, and then Renteria caught it, and the throw to first was low. Boy, that's an odd play right there, but if that ball had hit off Henkin's left foot without hitting the ground first, and Perez would have been out because Renteria catches the carom.
The official scorer is saying hit. The scoreboard operator has error on the board. Who's ever running the scoreboard is thinking like us, that should be an error. At any rate, 1 on, 1 out. Now they change it on the scoreboard to 5 hits, 2 errors. But that's another defensive mistake by the Cardinals.
Yeah, if this throw's on the money, as you can see, Perez is out easily. Will Clark cannot come up with the in-between hop. That should have been an error on Edgar Renteria.
1 on, 1 out. Perez draws a throw.
You know what happens? I've talked to infielders about that, Joe. Sometimes an infielder is so surprised that he gets a ball like that. That was a line drive up the middle. And because you're so surprised, you're really not in the throwing position. Normally, a guy like Renteria with a strong arm doesn't make a throwing error like that. It was a hit. It wasn't an error, but that was a low throw by Edgar.
First pitch to Alfonso is low for ball 1.
Here it is once again. By the time he got to it, and he had gone to his left, and then he had to come back to his right to make the play. And a hit was given to Perez, but we will say once again it should have been an error.
Will Clark will have a lasting memento from this Game 5, a bruise on his right shin as he holds against Perez. Henkin bothered by him over at first. So are the Cardinals and Tony La Russa, who pitch out. Now the count's 2-0 on Edgardo Alfonso.
And that's how speed affects ball clubs and managers and catchers and pitchers, sometimes without even running. The threat of the steal often puts you behind the hitter that you don't want to be behind on. And that's the case with Alfonso.
Two balls, no strikes. And that's on the infield. Polanco. 2 out. Just so you know, the runner at first, as Tim told you, Timo Perez has scored 7 runs in this LCS. The record in LCS play is 8. It's been done by several players, including Will Clark. Who did it with the Giants in 1989 when he was the MVP of that series. Here's Piazza. 1 on, 2 out. Have scored their runs in bunches during this series, and in fact they came into this game hitting only .252 as a club in this series compared to the Cardinals, who were hitting .289. Now it's Timlin getting loose, and there's only one reason why that's the case, because Henkin is due up third in the top of the 5th inning. 1 on, 2 out. If they go to Reams, they want Reams to be on the mound for more than 1 inning. So fearing that they would have to lift whatever pitcher was on the mound, whoever it was, whether it was Henkin or Timlin, if he comes out of the bullpen, it would only be for 1 inning. Tony La Russa not willing to make a double switch here in the 4th. Time called at the plate. Corner, a ball and a strike on Piazza.
There again, the baseball savvy of Perez. Bobby Valentine may be holding him up to allow Piazza to hit right now, but the very threat that he might run diverts the attention of Henkin.
Here's Henkin trying to get together on the signs with Carlos Hernandez. something that in Pat's last start, on the 30th of September, really troubled Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan. Whereas all season, and again, Mike Matheny caught every one of Henkin's start except one. Matheny and Henkin were on the same page. Carlos Hernandez and Henkin are not thinking alike. They didn't on September 30th. And at times in this game, they've had a tough time getting together on what to throw these Met hitters.
Very difficult for a catcher to be dealt in mid-season. You have to get used to your new pitching staff, and they have to get used to you.
Perez at first with 2 out, and the 2-1. That's ball 3 with Ventura next.
Perez not running, and now Henkin behind and in the hole to Mike Piazza.
Wind or no wind blowing in from left center field. Piazza proved last night with that blast he hit off Mike James in the 5th inning. The elements will not slow something down that he hits into the air when he gets a hold of one. 3 balls and a strike, and that's what he's thinking here. 1 on, 2 out. Into left field, a base hit toward the corner. Perez going to third. It's cut off by Langford. Good play. That saved a run. Second and third, 2 out, and a double by Piazza.
At Cookie Rojas, the third base coach, realized that the relay would be hurried and not chest high to Renteria. Perhaps he would have sent Perez. The Foxtrot clock again from first to third. And the clock's still running. And the Cardinals are hoping it's going to still be running after this game, but right now it does not look good for the Redbirds.
Second and third, 2 out. And a visit from Dave Duncan. First base open. Timlin ready in the bullpen if needed, but it will be Henkin against Ventura. This sellout crowd at Shea wants to see the Mets deliver a right cross to the chin. Ball 1, low and away.
And before that pitch, Perez at third base broke toward home, causing Henkin to hurry his move. Bobby Valentine loves an animated guy at third when the pitcher's in his windup or stretch, particularly in the windup.
Now it's 2-0 with Zeal waiting on deck. Does Henkin guide one back into the hitting zone? Nope, 3-0.
3-0, he'll probably throw a high fastball away and hope that Ventura, who's an experienced hitter, swings at it.
That missed, and it's ball 4 to load the bases for Zeal. 5th walk by Henkin tonight. And now the decision.
Number 9, Zeal.
That would lead you to believe that Henkin will stay out there with Timlin ready in the bullpen. Fans and media alike have been questioning the pitching decisions by that Cardinal dugout throughout this series. Decisions with the starters, decisions with the relievers, decisions with McGuire. Bases loaded here, 2 out. Zeal waiting. And taking strike one. Perez, Piazza, and Ventura aboard. Too far away, and it's 1-1. Last night, Zeal hit with the bases loaded in the second inning and delivered a double, scoring a couple of runs. He was later tagged out at the plate to end the second inning, and by that point, the Mets led 7-2. Here they lead 3-0 with the bases loaded, 2 out. And a 1-1 from Henkin. 2 balls and a strike. Two and two.
Key pitch right here in this at bat. And Henkin gets the low strike.
Two pitch. Into right center field. Into the gap. Off the wall. Perez scores. Piazza scores. Here comes Ventura. 3-run double for Zeal. 6-0 Mets.
Won't be like the old new economy. The new economy will have new ideas. Ideas like profitability. With powerful e-business solutions, the new economy will be about how well you run your e-business, not just how well you promote it. SAP.
Fresh baked bread, a sandwich's best friend. He's out there with Subway's 3 new gourmet breads, like Parmesan oregano and hearty Italian with cornmeal. Fresh baked breads with savory seasonings that are giving Subway sandwiches a delicious new taste. Subway, eat fresh.
Reduce the drag. That's the idea behind Mark III. Less drag means less irritation. DLC Comfort Edge blades are streamlined for less drag. With Mark III, there's far less irritation. Mark III from Gillette.
Get the power of 3, the Intel Pentium 3 processor.
You've heard the stories.
A brutal murder in the Black Hills discovered today.
You've witnessed the horror. Now,
Police have arrested 17-year-old Jeff
Drove into evil.
look into the face of evil. Book of Shadows, Blair Witch 2, rated R. Starts Friday, October 27th.
He's got to be here somewhere.
I have seen things that I can't explain.
I'm not going to solve the route. I know what I saw.
We're going to find them.
Todd Zeal with his finger in his left ear as the extra row of speakers are absolutely making this place shake with joy. And this wall banger off the bat of Zeal plates 3 and busts it open. 6-0 here in the 4th inning.
Joe, I have announced in this stadium for 21 years, and I have never felt this booth shaking until tonight. And I mean literally shaking.
Timlin. And again, you can trace the trouble in this inning back to the misplay by Renteria on a ball that was ruled a hit. His low throw started trouble, and these Mets have to give them credit for taking advantage of these Cardinal mistakes. Well, it's loud up here, Bob Brenly. What's it sound like down there on the field?
Well, as you guys know, the Jets taking off from LaGuardia just across the way here. Generally, the fans have to hold their ears when the Jets go over. I think the pilots are holding their ears as they fly over the stadium.
A pitch is low from Timlin. It's 3-0. This booth was just bouncing up and down.
Nelson Doubleday, the co-owner of the Mets.
Timlin gets a strike. It's 3-1.
It was Nelson Doubleday who purchased the New York Mets back in 1979 for $21.1 million.
Full count on Agbayani. The Mets have talked about wanting to be the first team from New York this season stamping their ticket for the World Series. The Yankees have to win one more game. The Mariners will try to win the final two games here in New York. As Agbayani cracks one foul. And if the Mets win here tonight, baseball is one step closer to a possible Subway Series.
The way things are going here tonight, start spreading the news.
Three balls, two strikes. Agbayani stays alive. The New York Mets, two-time world champions in their history. 69 and 86. Trying for the fourth time to win the National League pennant. 69, 73, 86. 3-2 to Agbayani is low. That's the sixth walk handed to the Mets tonight.
Joe, you mentioned the first World Championship. That was their second in 86, but their first one in 1969. This is the 31st anniversary of them winning their first World Championship. Davey Johnson flying out to Cleon Jones for the third out in Game 5 against Baltimore.
2 on, 2 out here for Jay Payton. Grounds it foul. Talk about a distinct home field advantage here at Shea Stadium, an older ballpark. Been playing baseball here since 1964, and opposing players don't like coming in here. Now they've added those extra speakers in center field, and I'm telling you, Metallica doesn't have a sound system like this.
No.
I mean, that is power out there in center field. And this ballpark literally is shaking when they crank the music here at Shea Stadium. A tough place to play. To his left, Renteria. A good play to end the fourth inning. But a misplay by Renteria started trouble. Zio delivered. The bases loaded. 3-run double. That started the trouble. That finished the trouble. After 4, 6-0 Mets.
We need a car?
A minivan.
No.
An SUV.
With leather.
Blue.
Green.
Bluish green?
Welcome to Autotrader.com. With 1.5 million used cars updated daily, it's the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
Now we need insurance.
And a loan.
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
Dr. Miller, line 2. Line 2, Dr. Miller, pick up line.
Nice. Hold that. When you coach the junior gymnastics team, you do most of the exercise. So muscle aches are out of the question. There you go. That's why I take Advil every time. It's strong enough to get the job done. This is a very safe sport, as long as I can keep up. So I trust Advil. Absolutely nothing's been proven stronger in even tough pain. These kids depend on me. And I depend on Advil.
Advil, stronger than pain.
First of all, I'm not denying that I used cellular. It was a very experimental time. Someone passed it to me, I put it to my ear, but I did not talk, I only listened. Even then, all I heard was static. But I have been free and clear ever since. I even chose long distance so I could reach out to young people across the nation and warn them of even casual cellular use.
The new Sprint PCS Free and Clear plan, $29.99 for 500 minutes, all with nationwide long distance.
John Goodman is a normal guy with one little twist.
If it isn't my gay homosexual son.
When you become a brilliant doctor, I hope you can surgically remove your grandfather's head from his ass.
Normal, Ohio premieres Wednesday, November 1st on Fox.
A 6-0 New York lead, now the 5th inning. Joe Buck and Tim McCarver with you. This is why the Mets went out and got Mike Hampton. They gave him the ball in Game 1 of the regular season. They gave him the ball in Game 1 of the division series. They gave him the ball in Game 1 of this series. He was a winner. He's pitching terrific baseball here tonight. Now he has a 6-run lead. The Mets are rolling at this point and thinking of their first World Series since 1986.
Bob said before the game that this could be his signature game and the perfect time to pitch a good game, being a free agent this fall. Has he ever delivered? Not only in Game 1, the Cardinals haven't scored against him yet. 7 shutout innings in Game 1 and 4 here tonight.
1 ball, no strikes on Langford. Now 1-1. Consecutive scoreless innings in this postseason. He was the loser in that Game 1 of the division series. 5-1. Langford in the hole, 1-2. Bottom 3 in the order. Carlos Hernandez will follow, and then a pinch hitter. Langford's gone, and that's strikeout number 5. The St. Paul Company's trivia question. Cardinals won their last World Championship in 1982. Who was the World Series most valuable player? You should know this.
Well, I said Willie McGee.
No.
I guess. It's not McGee. Darryl Porter.
Fellow catcher.
I did forget. When you said that, I should have known it. I was going to change my guess to Keith Hernandez. I would have been wrong, too.
Traded away the next year to the Mets. Part of their mid-'80s success, mid to late '80s. And that rivalry which took place between these two organizations, both former members of the National League East. Cardinals winning in '85, Mets winning in '86 and winning the World Championship. Cardinals winning in '87, losing in the World Series that year to Minnesota. Hernandez to third. Ventura across the infield. The Mets are 1 out closer. 2 out here in the top of the 5th.
And the Mets have come a long way, baby. Since 1962, the St. Louis Cardinals were the first team that the New York Mets played back in 1962. And the Mets lost that game and they opened the season losing their first 9 games on their way to losing 120 games, and that was and is a major league record.
They finished 60.5 games behind the Giants. 2 out, nobody on, and Tatis takes the ball high. 60.5 out as Britt Reams cranks it up. Third time he has warmed in this game. 2-0 on the pinch hitter Tatis, batting for Timlin, who went a third of an inning, walked one, and got a ground out.
Fast forward to 1969, September 15th. The year that the Mets won the World Championship, Steve Carlton struck out 19 and lost the game. He was the first pitcher to ever strike out 19 and lost 4-3 on 2 two-run home runs by Ron Swoboda in St. Louis.
Two balls, 2 strikes on Tatis.
The New York Mets clinched the pennant against the St. Louis Cardinals that year. The last 2 outs were made on a ground ball double play hit by Joe Torre.
3-2. Casey Stengel was the manager back in 1962. Roger Craig led that team in wins with 10 and losses with 24. These fans loving it. And according to Casey Stengel in 1962, they start him young around here.
Now I'll have to say another thing about it. They're sticking with us. We've got them from the babies up. As soon as the kid could talk, he's taught to say Metzi. Metzi, not Papa, not Mama. Metzi, Metzi, Metzi. So that's what they are. They're now singing the kids, Metzi, Metzi, Metzi. See where they want food and everything.
He's upside down. This one has to go like that.
Some children imagine that their father is the most powerful man in the world. Wonder where they got that idea. The 300 horsepower Silverado. The truck from Chevrolet.
Where do you find inspiration? What if the things you do every day could be done with tools so instinctive, using them would be like riding a bike? If technology became your silent partner, imagine what you could imagine. We believe it's time to move beyond information technology to inspiration technology. Welcome to the new IT from Compaq.
Company that believes knowledge is critical in managing risk? Without question, the St. Paul.
This fall, meet the faculty.
How many here think about sex more than 10 times a day?
Of Boston Public.
I had a crush. Not a crush, Miss Davis. I'm in love with you. Could I just put my head on your shoulder?
From the Emmy-winning creator of Ally McBeal and The Practice.
I feel so clueless as to how to do this job.
Just follow the teacher's manual. I do. Kidding.
Boston Public premieres next Monday at 8/7 Central on Fox.
The National League Championship Series on Fox is brought to you by the St. Paul Companies, property and liability insurance for business without question. St. Paul. By Compaq, welcome to the new IT inspiration technology from Compaq. By Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And by Bud Light, for the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
The Bud One airship and its eye-in-the-sky camera are proud to provide you with these live shots 1,000 feet above New York and Shea Stadium. Windy night. And here's the rookie, Britt Reams. So good in the postseason so far for Tony La Russa in 3 games. 1 in this NLCS, 4 in the 3rd innings, picking up Rick Ankiel in game 2. And he misses with ball 1 to Mike Bordick. One.
Only run that Reams gave up in game 2 was a home run, an opposite field home run to Mike Piazza in that 4 in a 3rd innings.
Strike 2 on Bordick. 0 for 11 in this series. Up the middle, and the first base hit for Bordick in this series.
Bordick with his first hit of the series. A single up the middle, and one would assume Mike Hampton will be bunting. You don't know for sure, but with a 6-run lead, I would think Bobby Ballantyne would want to keep him off the bases. Probably a straight bunt right here.
Whoa! The crowd won't like that, neither will these Mets, as Hampton is dumped by the rookie Reams.
You can't see why that's intentional, but you can see the padding that Hampton wears on that left arm. There are very few hitters in Major League Baseball history who have been left-handed throwers and right-handed batters. But Hampton wearing that padding for obvious reasons.
The bunt in the air, that won't do anything except produce the first out in the bottom of the 5th.
If Mike is hitting that lead arm, I mean, it could affect his career, and that's why he wears that padding. Bunts it high. Will Clark is there. Would have been interesting had Clark just let that ball drop and then thrown to Bina covering. Perhaps you would have gotten Bordick hung up, or let it drop and go to second base. Hampton wasn't running. He could have pulled off a double play.
Here's Perez, who is 2 out of 3. Now .316 in the postseason, and in this series, 7 out of 21. One on, one out. Ball 1. So he has tied the LCS record. Perez has with his 8-run score, 2 in this game, 1 in the 1st and 1 in the 4th. He was the first one to tap dance across home plate when Zeal unloaded the bases with a double into right center. 1 on, 1 out, and a 1-0 pitch. 2 balls, no strikes. Having fun on a school night. Two and 1. Edgardo Alfonso waits on deck. Perez has certainly thrown his name into the running for the MVP of this NLCS.
I'll say
2 and 2. You've got Perez, you've got Alfonso, you've got Piazza. Hampton could end up winning 2 games as a starter. Mets leading 6-0 here in the 5th inning with a runner at first, 1 out. New York's out hit St. Louis 8-3. Cardinals have committed 2 errors. There could very well be 3 errors on the board in this game 5. Still 2 and 2. Valentine has been applauded for his moves in this postseason. Tony La Russa has been questioned with nearly every move he's made as Perez fouls it straight back, and it started with Game 1 of the division series. Tony La Russa sending Darryl Kyle into the interview room prior to Game 1 with that series against Atlanta. Kyle was ambiguous with his answers. And it was learned only after Kyle had left the ballpark, Ankiel had already left, that Ankiel would be the starter in Game 1 and not Kyle. Ankiel can't throw the ball over the plate at this point. Kyle has been ineffective. Look at that throw by Clark. It pulls Renteria into the air. They get the force out, and with Perez running, wouldn't have turned 2 anyway. Kyle could have 2 losses hung up on him in this NLCS. Edgardo Alfonzo walks in. Here to talk about the all-star second baseman, his manager, Bobby Valentine, on his importance to this team.
Edgardo's influence is settling. It's settling to all because he's a very good player, and we know he's on our side. But he's also a guy who understands the game. He understands the arena of New York, and he understands this playoff situation.
He waits for the first from Reeves, and it's scooped up by Hernandez, ball 1. Edgardo Alfonzo, who was disappointed with the intensity of his teammates during and after Game 3, the Saturday game, when Andy Benes shut down the Mets and the Cardinals won what is their only game so far in this NLCS, 8-2. He called on the bench players to get into the game a little more, his fellow starters to turn up the intensity a notch, and they came out ready in last night's game after falling behind 2-0 after a half inning. That bench was up and cheering on the top step. With the 4 consecutive doubles and 5 in the first inning thrown out there by these Mets. 2 balls and a strike on Alfonzo. One out of 3 tonight, extending his postseason hitting streak to 11 games, going back to the NLCS last year, 2-2. One thing that was talked about coming into this series, the absence of the Atlanta Braves. They've been the stumbling block for these Mets the past couple of seasons. Over the last 3 years, the Mets 14-29 against Atlanta, 3-20 in their last 23 games in Atlanta, and the Cardinals surprised everyone and delighted the Mets by sweeping the Braves out of the playoffs, 3 games and out in the division series. Not surprising by the end result, the victory in the series, but the manner in which they did it. Alfonzo up the middle, another hit. Perez will hold at second, 2 on, 2 out. And here are the Mets leading 6-0 in the 5th inning of Game 5. Merely outs away from their first trip to the World Series since 1986.
Yeah, Joe, you and I did the divisional game, the game won by Vinny Akbayani in the 13th inning, 3-2. Vinny winning it with a home run. And the Cardinals clinched against the Braves, winning Game 3 down in Atlanta. And this crowd here at Shea went wild, realizing the implications of the Mets, who are playing right now. They could beat anybody the way they're playing right now. But at the time, that onus of the Braves was hanging over the folks at Shea.
2 on, 2 out. Piazza takes strike 1. Piazza has a home run in this series against Reeves that Tim told you about back in Game 2. Called and plate. Piazza tonight has walked and scored, grounded back to the pitcher, doubled and scored. out of play. 0-2. Game 4. That. Back of the bullpen off Mike James last night. His second of this series. 4th career in the postseason. Trying to pitch a scoreless 5th. Takes care of Piazza in the Mets. 2 hits, 2 left. The Mets have left 9. They've scored 6, and behind Mike Hampton here in Game 5 leads St. Louis 6-0.
NASCAR Fox, ride of your life.
NASCAR moves to Fox in 2001.
I don't know. Engineer Chuck Bazzina has always been interested in weight control. He thinks a truck should know the difference between a 2-year-old kid and a half-ton of pig iron. So for the GMC Sierra, his team developed a system that comprehends weight and balances braking. It's one more way Sierra is designed to give the driver unsurpassed control. Why worry about your weight when your Sierra can do it for you?
It's not always about getting big or going public. It's knowing that size has nothing to do with success. It's writing a check every 2 weeks to yourself. Fleet Small Business Services, Business Credit Express, payroll services, dedicated customer service. Together, we're moving forward, always thinking. Fleet.
Hi, guy. Making a savings deposit? Yeah, why? Because I can help you save even more. The choice is yours on Camrys and Solaris this month, and the savings are huge. 500 customer cash or financing as low as 2.9% for 2 years. Your choice. Either way, you've got to get to your Toyota dealer now. So, what do you think? Great deal. Bank on it. Next.
The Major League Baseball Clubhouse Store presents MLB Authentic Collection player jerseys. The same ones your favorite players wear on the field. This is the real thing. No imitations. Jeter, McGuire, Sosa, Griffey, and more. Call 877-292-GAME and bring it home for 2 payments of $82.50. 100% official jerseys from the MLB Clubhouse Store. Just add dirt and grass stains. Your friends will never know the difference. 877-292-GAME. How close to the game are you?
Back to the hill is Mike Hampton. 6th inning now, 6-0 Mets. James Cameron, the director of The Terminator, brings you his new series, Dark Angel, tomorrow, 9 Eastern, 8 Central, after all new episodes of That 70s Show and Titus here on Fox. Once again, coming up tomorrow night, Game 6, the Mariners and the Yankees on NBC at 8 Eastern. The Yankees leading that series 3-2, and if necessary, Wednesday at 4 Eastern here on Fox, Game 6 between the Mets and Cardinals in St. Louis. Promos all over the place. In and around New York. In and around Shea Stadium. As Vigna takes a strike over the outside corner. Vigna is 1 out of 2. He has 1 of 3 singles tonight for St. Louis. That's it. Tony La Russa believing before the game that they would get to Hampton at some point. He shows no signs of any wear in this one as he gets one past Vigna. It's 0-2. Ball and 2 strikes.
Most of the time, and it's not a combination where a pitcher gets a lot of ground balls and strikes a lot of hitters out. But tonight, Hampton
has good control and strikeout stuff, and it's unusual for him to pitch like that.
Good start to the 6th inning for Mike Hampton. Strikeout number 7. Tony La Russa in the dugout for the Cardinals. First in the big leagues as a manager with the White Sox back in 1979. Was with the Oakland Athletics. 4 division titles, 3 pennants, a world championship in 1989. And as Polanco takes a strike, Tony La Russa came to St. Louis in 1996. His 5th year this year. His 2nd appearance in the National League Championship Series. But in that first year that he had in a Cardinal uniform, a 3-1 series advantage over Atlanta. Some pitching rotation questions in that series as well. Starting pitchers on short rest. He ended up sending Donovan Osborne to the mound in Game 7 of that National League Championship Series. And the look in his eyes, told you before that thing started, the Braves were going to the World Series.
No, the Cardinals did not score but 1 run in the last 3 games against Atlanta that year. The other 2 things you mentioned last inning, to me, they're not controversial. You can't look at 1 inning during this playoff series and tell me that Mark McGwire could have been used by Tony La Russa. That is a non-issue, in my view.
It certainly becomes an issue when articles are written, call-in shows occur, and that's been the hot topic, as well as the starting pitching selection for last night's game, especially after the fact, after Darryl Kyle did what he did last night when he lasted only 3+ innings, allowing 7 runs on 8 hits. Holding Henkin back. Henkin did not start in the division series. He didn't start till Game 5 in this National League Championship Series. 16 days of rest. And he was searching for it in the first inning. Before you knew it, it was 3-0 Mets. But the way Mike Hampton is pitching, that might prove to be enough. 1 out, nobody on, and a full count on Polanco.
Well, issues can be raised and controversies can be raised, but behind these you have to have substance. And as I said, if you look at every inning of every game during the playoffs, you can't tell me or any reasonable baseball fan that Mark McGwire should have been used. It is without substance. Now, last night I can understand that with Darryl Kyle working on 3 days rest. But along those lines, I'll ask you, John Q. Public, not you, Joe, but who do you go to? If this is going to work out to a 7-game series, to me, Darryl Kyle, and we talked about it before the game last night. I mean, Darryl Kyle on 3 days rest. What's wrong with 3 days rest? This has just gotten out of hand, really.
1 on, 1 out for Edmonds. And strike 1.
And if Tony had started Pat Henkin last night and he had lost, he would have been subjected to the same type of criticism. Not fair.
But then the other argument could not be made that you're bringing Kyle back on short rest. You would have Kyle on at least closer to regular rest.
Right.
Coming back with the hope of getting this series back to St. Louis, which is the strongest argument made along those lines that you're talking about, the McGwire arguments, the starting pitching arguments that are made, as Edmonds takes ball 1 up and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. And certainly after the fact, it looks like the wrong decision with the way Kyle pitched and his history on 3 days rest. And some very good starting pitchers in the big leagues and their lack of success on 3 days rest the last 2 seasons in the postseason. Two balls and a strike. The past 2 postseasons, 8 pitchers have thrown on 3 days rest. Combined, no wins and an ERA of 19.11. Darryl Kyle did nothing to help those figures. 2 balls and a strike, 1 on, 1 out. 2-2 now on Edmonds, who has struck out twice tonight against Hampton. But behind all of those decisions, the injury to Garrett Stevenson, who was a strong starter for the Cardinals all year, and the unexpected wildness on the part of Rick Anfield, which has changed the plans coming into this series as Edmonds strikes out for the 3rd time tonight. Out of the other dugout, there's Bobby Valentine, who managed his first game in the big leagues against Tony La Russa. He had this to say about his counterpart in this series.
His imprints on every game that he manages, of all the guys that I manage against, I've managed against Tony the most, so I'm most comfortable, I think, with what he does. I know what he's going to do, even though he's unpredictable. I respect what he does. I think he's really as good at what he does as anybody in baseball.
1 on, 2 out. Now Eric Davis takes the ball up and away. The loss of Stevenson, who had to leave Game 3 of that division series, a 16-game winner during the regular season. And then the complete meltdown by Anfield in Game 2 of this LCS raised questions not only about Game 4, but then the start by Henkin in Game 5, and then even if the Cardinals get to a Game 6, they have to bring Andy Bennis back on short rest, and he's bothered by tendonitis in his right knee. It's been the Mets in this series and tonight. Bottom of the 6th inning, they lead by 6.
Great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down. Make it a Bud Light.
Hey, kid, how many fingers? Hey, fine.
What does it take to get a plane off the ground? 50 tons of aluminum. 95 miles of wire. Thousands of engineers. 1,200 suppliers. 3 million emails. 27,000 e-business transactions. And one very powerful e-business solution that makes the whole thing soar. SAP.
Wax on, wax off. Nice doggy. Ruff, ruff. Ding, 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 ding. Hat up a tree. Ding, ding. False alarm.
He's out there with tasty Subway Selects on 3 new gourmet breads that are giving Subway sandwiches a delicious new taste, like fresh-baked Parmesan oregano and hearty Italian with cornmeal. Sure, he's just a shadow, but he's a shadow on a mission. Subway, eat fresh.
Chevy Blazer LT, the only vehicle in its class with OnStar and lots of other security features. A little security in an insecure world. Blazer, like our rock.
Critics are raving about Jessica Alba in the new hit Dark Angel. She's a sci-fi stunner who's destined for stardom. She'll be haunting your dreams.
I haven't been able to get you off my mind.
You need to get out more.
James Cameron's Dark Angel, an all-new episode at 9/8 Central tomorrow on Fox.
I know what I saw.
We're going to find
Brent Reams back to the hill as this game goes to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Mets bat, Ventura, Zeal, Agbayani. We remind you to watch Game 4 of the World Series here on Fox for the $1 million Gillette Strike Zone Challenge. It looks more and more like Game 4 of this upcoming World Series will be right here at Shea. Games 1 and 2 will be in the American League city, either the Bronx or Seattle. Ventura into center for Edmonds. One away. Ventura retired for the first time tonight. It brings in Robin Ventura's carpool mate, coming to the ballpark for most of the season, Todd Zeile. Ventura and Zeile riding to the ballpark together day after day. Zeile just drove Ventura around the bases and to the plate. Perez, Piazza, Ventura to make it 6-0. So it was Todd's turn to drive.
One good drive deserves another.
Strike one from Britt Reams.
He was in the express lane with that last ball he hit to right center.
Got right through the wind and off the wall in right center field. 1-1. Two on Zeile. Agbayani next, 2-2. Todd Zeile has driven in 8 runs in this series. After driving in none in the division series, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Benny Agbayani is on deck. You saw that big number 50. He wears number 50 because obviously he's from Hawaii, and Hawaii, our 50th state.
That's backing out of play.
Funny about how Major League Baseball players are influenced by different people. Family, friends, Little League coaches. Benny with a warm story to tell about his influence coming up and being brought up on the island of Oahu.
Meanwhile, 3 balls, 2 strikes on Zeile. A 1-out walk. And here's Benny Agbayani on his aunt's influence.
I used to have an aunt who used to be out there when I was little every day, throwing me the ball. And she always used to throw as hard as she could, and I had to catch it. And we would be out there all, until the sun went down. And she took me up to the track, made me run. I knew what she was trying to do. And, she kind of told me, if you want to become a great player, you got to work at it. And, now I know what she's talking about.
Then he breaks his bat and flies to center into the glove of Edmonds. And the graduate from St. Louis High School in Hawaii is back to the dugout after making the second out here in the bottom of the 6th.
Come on, Dick! All that hard work has certainly paid off.
Agbayani, a young man who had to choose between football and baseball, obviously made the correct decision. He has had one guy firmly in his corner since he first laid eyes on him, and that was Bobby Valentine. In the minor leagues, he was the AAA manager back in '96. Valentine was in this Met organization. He liked the way the ball jumped off the bat of Agbayani, but thought he needed a little more pop. Introduced him to a high leg kick, that leg kick that he uses here. When he gets into a ball, he can thump it. 1 on, 2 out, 1 ball, no strikes on Jay Payton. 1-1. I understand people are lining up and forming lines outside Shea Stadium, hoping to get their hands on World Series tickets. Renteria takes care of the force out at second off the bat of Peyton. And we go to the 7th. Still 6-0 Mets. Back after this from your local Fox station.
In November on the Fox 5 10 o'clock news. Want to make easy money?
Yeah, they pay me $400 a month to drive my own car.
Find out how you can make big bucks every time you drive your car on the Fox 5 10 o'clock news in November.
What kind of a company are we? We're a company of 70,000 people. People not all that different than you. We have families, children. We have your same hopes and fears, your same dreams and expectations. We've come from little towns and big cities, from farms and playgrounds and dusty ball fields, from schools throughout the country, some famous, some small with unknown names. The people of this company are not that much different than you. We're a community, one with a shared conviction that it's our job to make others' lives better and easier and more prosperous and secure. And knowing that if we can just do that, our lives will be better too. Who are we? We're First Union, and that's the kind of company we are.
Can you imagine a world where you can take your shade with you? We can. An automatic rear sunshade. Just one of the many innovations you'll find within the sanctuary of the Infiniti i30. It's all the best thinking.
Top of the 7th inning, Hampton back to work. 6-0 the Mets lead. Some work went into that sign, believing that tonight would be the night the Mets would advance to the World Series. They lead by 6. And tonight, immediately after the game, turn to Fox Sports Net for a special edition of the National Sports Report, live from Shea Stadium. Keith Olbermann and Steve Lyons give you complete post-game coverage, including highlights, interviews, and analysis of the entire National League Championship Series. The National Sports Report tonight after the game on Fox Sports Net. We will have the trophy presentation, the MVP award presentation, the celebration right here if it ends tonight. And again, the Cardinals have 9 outs left to try to make something happen against Mike Hampton. So far, they haven't been able to put anything together. A single in the first, a single in the third, a single in the fourth, and a 1-out walk in the 6th inning. That's it. Clark pops up. Left field on Bionic. Wynn playing around with that baseball. 1 out here in the 7th. The Seattle Mariners have already proven that they can defeat the New York Yankees 3 in a row in the postseason. They did that back in 1995 in the division series to advance to the LCS, eventually losing to the Cleveland Indians, who would lose to the Atlanta Braves in the World Series. But that was before the Yankees run started in '96, as the Yankees have won 3 of the last 4 World Championships. The starters in Game 6, Orlando Hernandez, who in this postseason is 2-0, and in his postseason career is 7-0, with an ERA of 1.76 this postseason, will take on John Halama, who in 6 innings of Game 2 allowed no runs. That's tomorrow at 8 Eastern on NBC. If the Yankees get past the Mariners, and if there is a Subway Series, The Mets are trying to be the first team to stamp their ticket for that. If there is a Subway Series, it would be the first since 1956. In for a strike on Renteria, 1-2.
That was the year of Don Larson's perfect game. Brooklyn Dodgers only won one World Championship. And that was 1955. Johnny Padres pitching the 7th game of the series. Famous catch by Sandy Amorose, doubling off. Ball hit by Yogi Berra. A double play in the 8th inning. Don Zimmer, a starter in that game, and now the bench coach for Joe Torre.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Renteria. That's off the plate. Ventura coming to get it. Barehanded. Pick up and throw. 2 out. What a play by Robin Ventura.
Usually you do not see a bare hand on a ball hit this high. The ball took a tricky little hop, and Ventura adjusting to it and throws out Renteria. What a play. Watch the ball hop to the left, his right. Off-balance throw. Fine, fine play.
Boy, if the Yankees indeed face the Mets in the World Series, it will be a World Series which will highlight 2 third basemen who come in on the ball. Probably the best in the big leagues in today's game. And Robin Ventura for the Mets, Scott Brocious for the Yankees.
No argument here.
2 up, 2 down in the 7th inning. And Hampton is just too much tonight for St. Louis. 0-2 on Langford. Rick Ankiel getting loose for the Cardinals in the bullpen. To me, it would be awfully risky to bring Ankiel into this atmosphere. Sure, Tony La Russa will tell you it can't get much worse than what happened in Game 2. They're going to have to rebuild starting in spring training with Ankiel's confidence. But he's getting loose right now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Langford rolls 1 to first. Zeal on the other end, and the Cardinals go in order. Mike Hampton saying before the game he was ready to pitch the game of his life. So far, making good on that promise. Time to stretch. 6-0 Mets.
There will be moments when the planets align, the heavens part, and the car gods smile down upon you with the beautifully clear, winding road. The mid-size L-Series performance sedan, because it would be a shame to disappoint the car gods.
There's a little town where people work just once a week. And all the locals know your name.
Hey, see? The usual? You know it.
This town's called NFL.com, and you can be there with the new Smart Visa cards with remarkable chip technology. Because with Visa, you can buy anything from NFL.com, where they don't take American Express, not even Blue.
Anxious, doubtful, not how you should feel with a new computer. At Gateway, we think you should feel good, and you should stay that way. Call 1-800-GATEWAY, and for less than $23 a month, get a Gateway Essential PC with an Intel Celeron processor, a year of America Online, preloaded software, basic 24/7 tech support, even free technology clinics. See, in Gateway country, people rule.
NLCS on Fox is brought to you by SAP, the best-run e-businesses run mysap.com, and by OfficeMax. You supply the ambition, we'll supply everything else.
Well, here in the bottom of the 7th inning, while some of the men and women who entertain on the field between innings exit behind home plate, one of them just had to duck from a ball coming back to the backstop from Rick Ankiel. And anybody with any compassion, whoever they root for, has to hope that Ankiel has an uneventful 7th inning. Here's pitching coach Dave Wallace for the Mets.
I hope our fans do the right thing if the same thing happens.
Hoping that if Ankiel has those same troubles as fans, do the right thing, and that's a good start. A fastball just poured into Mike Bordick. Eli Marrero now catching as Hernandez is finished for the rest of the night.
You don't know what Ankiel's going to do, but I do think it's a good move by Tony La Russa. Instead of allowing this to fester, his 2 performances against Atlanta and against the Mets, if there is a continuation of that, there's no more damage done than there was. But if he comes in with an inning or 2, retires the Mets in order, and perhaps ending the season on a positive note.
3 balls and a strike.
Classy comment from Dave Wallace, though.
And to be expected from a guy like Dave Wallace.
Exactly.
3 balls and a strike on Bordick with Hampton, the pitcher, next. And a leadoff walk. Who can forget the control trouble for Ankiel in Game 2? He lasted only 2/3 of an inning. That was his first pitch to Perez. A couple of wild pitches mixed in to go with these out of the strike zone. And after 2/3 of an inning, Britt Reams was pitching. Now, after Reams is finished, it's Ankiel coming in, and Mike Hampton tiptoeing into the batter's box and getting a bunt down. That wasn't easy. And the sacrifice good, 3-4.
You're right, not an easy task for Hampton. With Ankiel's recent history of wildness. High fastball, nicely done by Hampton. And I'm sure that Bobby Valentine is just happy that Hampton got out of there without getting injured.
Timo Perez will dig in now. We showed you that first pitch that Ankiel unleashed in Game 2 was at the head of Perez, who eventually struck out in what looked like a situation where he was more or less taking on 3-2.
Yeah.
Runner at second, 1 out, 6-0 Mets, bottom of the 7th inning. You called it in Game 2 electric stuff. And you don't have to know much about baseball to watch Rick Ankiel pitch and compare him to others that you see even in a postseason game. And see how talented this 21-year-old can be. On the outside corner, a ball and a strike.
And Rick walked 99 this season. Struck out 194 to break Dizzy Dean's rookie strikeout record for the Cardinals, set in 1932.
Now 1-2 on Perez.
But as we said earlier, if he can successfully negotiate his way through this inning, something positive to take back to Fort Pierce, which is right around the Vero Beach area in Florida on the East Coast. Joe said the other night he went to Port St. Lucie High School. That's where the Mets train and have trained for the last 13 years.
Breaking ball got him looking.
Oh, and that's an idea. Now keep in mind, Sandy Koufax really didn't become a pitcher until 1959. Sandy won 14 ball games that year. And yes, you can talk about Koufax and Ankiel, as far as Steph is concerned, in the same breath.
Koufax, who has been a visitor to Shea Stadium during this postseason. Here's Alfonso, runner at second, 2 out. And a ball down and in. The SAP game summary. Alfonso, more hits for the Mets. 11-game postseason hitting streak alive. Timo Perez, 2 runs, 8 in the series to tie an LCS record. Zeal, a 3-run double with 2 out in the 4th inning to take it from 3-0 to 6-0. Not much of a swing there by Alfonso in the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. And then the work of Mike Hampton, who has been in charge tonight after a leadoff hit by Vigna. He's allowed no runs on only 3 St. Louis hits. The SAP game summary. Now the 1-1 pitch to Alfonso. There's the first one. Back to the screen, and this crowd getting a kick out of ball 2 to Alfonso. East fans jumped out of their seat when that pitch went back to the backstop.
As an impassive Dave Wallace looks on with empathy.
Runner in third, another wild pitch. Here comes Portick, 7-0. The 21-year-old Rick Ankiel, and this atmosphere at Shea Stadium. 2 wild pitches, a walk in the inning. He guides one back into the hitting zone, and it's a full count on Alfonso. After the game, stay with us. The post-game celebration, presentation of the National League Championship Series trophy, and the MVP presentation. 7-0 Mets here in the 7th. 2 out, nobody on, 3-2 to Alfonso. Down the right field line, and that'll get well out of play.
To Edgardo Alfonso, the fastball misses inside. And then the wild pitch on the 1-1 pitch, another one scores for them. Then Ankiel comes back to throw 2 straight strikes.
And ball 4 floats up and away with 2 out. Second walk of the inning to go with 2 wild pitches. A postseason record for Rick Ankiel, and something he wants no part of. 9 wild pitches in a career. A postseason record. And Ankiel got 2 outs, able to smile a little as Mike James comes in from the Cardinal bullpen.
When I first started losing my hair, I panicked. Then I heard about new Grozan, and now my hair is thicker than ever.
Still going. Long-lasting Energizer batteries keep going and going and going.
Office Max. You supply the ambition, we'll supply everything else.
This is an ordinary cell phone. This is Nextel, and it's going to change the way you do business thanks to Direct Connect, its digital 2-way radio feature. Frank? Not yet. It ensures instant contact. Bridget?
Got it.
Cost a fraction of cellular. Just had. And it makes other cell phones...
Ready now.
Obsolete.
Direct Connect from Nextel. How business gets done.
Buy a Nextel Internet-ready phone starting at $99.99 and get an identical phone free.
Tuesday, Hyde's long-lost father returns. How do you say I've missed you? An all-new That 70s Show, and Dad screws up relationships.
You ain't leaving with my CD player.
Yeah. Catch a new Titus. Then, see why critics are raving about the new hit series Dark Angel, calling it hellaciously fun.
What's your name, Dollface?
A new Dark Angel. It all starts tomorrow at 8, 7 Central on the new Fox Tuesday.
Well, let's talk about Rick Ankiel again. I know many will question Tony La Russa bringing Rick Ankiel in this atmosphere, as we talked about when he entered in the bottom of the 7th inning. He issued a leadoff walk, threw 2 wild pitches during the at-bat of Edgardo Alfonso, eventually walked him. He's gone. He struck out Perez during the inning. He gives way to Mike James, and the question will be, did that further damage the psyche of Rick Ankiel heading toward the offseason?
I guess it's an arguable point, but my view is he could not have been worse off had he not pitched tonight. I mean, if he goes back to Florida with those 2 appearances and that dreadful appearance in St. Louis, to me, he's worse off than trying to find something positive out of tonight's performance. It was interesting, Joe, to see him go back to the dugout. The Cardinal teammates shaking his hand, patting him on the back, almost like a field goal kicker who had missed a very important 3-point try in the Super Bowl.
I don't know that Scott Norwood got that kind of consolation. 2 balls, no strikes. But I think as you are talking about, the hope was to get anything positive out of one last appearance before the offseason. He made some good pitches, but again, showed that wildness, something that hasn't been a problem for him, even in the short while he was up in the big leagues at the end of last year. And nothing to this extent during the regular season his rookie year. But Tony La Russa giving him a shot here at Shea Stadium in Game 5. And he ends up with 2 more walks and 2 more wild pitches and 9 in his postseason career, which is a record already. 3-1 now on Piazza.
And you'll notice Rick Ankiel, when he went back to the Cardinals bench after coming out of the ballgame, immediately going to Mike Matheny, the injured regular season catcher for the St. Louis Cardinals. I don't think we can overstate how much the Cardinals have missed Mike Matheny in this series.
That's him in the jacket next to Ankiel. 3 balls and a strike on Piazza. And again, if you're just joining us, you don't know the story behind Mike Matheny and why he's on the bench. Was opening a birthday present late one night or early in the morning after a long flight home back from San Diego. He was by himself. He opened up a present. It was a hunting knife, something, by the way, that he doesn't really collect. He was putting it back in its sheath, and it cut right through the sheath and right into the ring finger on his right hand, severing tendons and damaging a nerve. Piazza reaching for it, pops it up. James and the Cardinals out of the 7th, and as we go to the 8th inning here at Shea Stadium, the Mets on top now, 7-0.
What does it take to get a plane off the ground? 50 tons of aluminum, 95 miles of wire, thousands of engineers, 1,200 suppliers, 3 million emails, 27,000 e-business transactions, and one very powerful e-business solution that makes the whole thing soar. SAP.
Girls are going to be here in 10 minutes. Surt's Powerful Mints. A little drop of Redson for a big hit of confidence. Be certain with Surt's.
Dry skin is a nasty little problem, but extra dry skin, now that's a big problem. Fortunately, there's advanced therapy from Lubriderm with special nutrients and vitamins. Advanced therapy. Later, Gator.
Just whistle while you work.
Just whistle while you work.
want happy employees. Help secure their financial futures. At the Principal Financial Group, that's what we do. In fact, more employers choose us for their 401k plans. Financial solutions for growing companies from the Principal Financial Group. We understand what you're working for.
This new car was going to be different from anything Saturn ever built. It was going to be bigger, more powerful, more luxurious, more everything. And while creating an entirely separate plant may not have been absolutely necessary, it was the right thing to do. Welcome to the factory, the Saturn L Series build.
Fox tomorrow. Hyde's long-lost father returns.
You got your mom's hair and her sideburns.
How do you say, I've missed you? Feel the love, and then some. An all-new That 70s show at 8/7 Central tomorrow on Fox. Fox tomorrow. Dad screws up relationships.
You ain't leaving with my CD player.
Yeah. Watch out for a new Titus at 8:30 tomorrow on Fox.
Mike Hampton to work in the 8th inning. He has 8 strikeouts tonight. Some of the ways that he piled them up here in Game 5.
Joe and I talked earlier about how Mike Hampton is not a strikeout pitcher. His career high is 12 Ks, normally a ground ball pitcher, but tonight has belonged totally to Mike Hampton.
Everything down, down, down from Hampton with movement on it. Eli Marrero, his first at bat since taking over behind the plate for Carlos Hernandez. Cardinals bringing in a more athletic catcher when they brought in Rick Ankiel. That's a bad sign.
Yep.
You need a guy who can jump. If you worry about the vertical leap of your catcher when you bring in a pitcher, it's not a good sign.
Which is what Tony La Russa told us. The reason that Marrero caught Ankiel in Game 2 and then brought him in tonight.
2 balls and a strike from Hampton pitching in the 8th, leading by 7 now, 2-2. Center, right at Peyton, 1 out. What do you see from Mike Hampton tonight, Bob?
Well, it was very obvious early in the game that he had his good fastball. He had great control of that fastball, and as the game has gone on, his curve has gotten better. His sinking fastball has gotten better, and he's actually mixed in some changeups in the last couple of innings. He's got everything working right now, but initially he just had the fastball and worked everything else off of that.
John Dunston will come off the bench and pinch hit. 3 out of 6 in the postseason so far. Dunston, then Vina against Hampton. Already a cheer referring to the Yankees starting to escape from this crowd here at Shea Stadium. The Mariners will have a lot to say about who the Mets will play in the World Series if they end up winning tonight. To stamp their ticket and send them to the Fall Classic for the first time since '86. They're 1 out closer, it would appear, as Zeal puts it away, 2 out. You go back to last year, and these Mets were in the National League Championship Series Game 6. They had been down 5-0 in the first inning. They tied the game 7-7, but in Game 6, the bases loaded walk to Andrew Jones. Kenny Rogers had walked 3 batters that inning, sent the Braves to the World Series. 4 games for the Braves after that. More frustration for Atlanta and their fans as the Yankees won their 25th World Championship. Fernando Vina with 2 out, nobody on, took ball 1. Vina 1 out of 3 tonight.
Joe, you mentioned the Seattle Mariners. Keep in mind that Freddie Garcia and company, the bullpen included, shut out the Yankees in Game 1 of the American League Championship Series. And as you mentioned, John Halama and the bullpen held the Yankees scoreless for the first 7 innings of that game at Yankee Stadium.
Until a 7-run outburst in the 8th inning, a victory in Game 2. Victories in Game 3 and 4, and right now these fans at Shea, if you look at their series on the scoreboard, applauding these Mets who lead 3 games to 1, 7-0, 8th inning. To his right, Alfonso, bottom of the 8th. Nothing Mets.
We didn't have to offer side impact airbags on all our new cars. We didn't have to make those airbags the kind that are designed to help protect your head, just like the ones that come in Mercedes and Volvo. We didn't have to. That said, we did.
South pit, throw, check.
Whoa, what's up? Oh, that's a miss. It's lame. Sports drinks, colas, like that's working up there? But you get something good. You know why you don't have game? Because you don't got milk. That's why. Vitamin D. You want the D, you need me. Oh, right there. Basket's that way, Chief. Yeah.
Want game? Milk has 9 essential nutrients for active bodies.
You know what? When you guys are done denying, your beverage problem, give me a call. I'll be in the fridge. Come on, Shake.
America's Air Force has a plane so advanced it dominates everything in the air. Yet on radar, it's as small as a bird. The meanest, baddest bird on the planet. Join the team that keeps us flying. America's Air Force. No one comes close.
Small business software, $400. Letterhead, $610. Office supplies, $90. Remembering who you work for, priceless. MasterCard Business Bonuses let you earn miles good on any airline, no blackouts. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard Business Card.
The National League Championship Series on Fox is brought to you by America's Air Force. No one comes close. By Radio Shack, if you've got questions, we've got answers. By MasterCard, there are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. And by CDW, computing solutions built for business.
Back at Chase Stadium, a shot of Steve Phillips, the general manager without a contract around here. The architect putting this Mets club together. And these fans here at Shea Stadium have had fun since the start of this night. Heck, since the bottom of the first inning of last night. Robin Ventura will lead it off. He'll be followed by Zeal and Agbayani.
National League Championship team with a general manager without a contract and a manager without a contract.
Ventura leading it off and taking ball 1. Dave Veers is the new pitcher for St. Louis. Henkin started, went 3 2/3. Then Timlin a third of an inning. Reams, Ankiel, James, and now Veers. Solid closer this season for St. Louis. The count 2-0. J.D. Drew takes over out in right. Ventura pops it into shallow center. Ventura, 1 out. Todd Zeile walks in. One of the single biggest swings of this night and of this series. Back in the fourth inning with the bases loaded, 2 out, it was 3-0 Mets. The way Mike Hampton has pitched since the start, it didn't look like he and the Mets would need much more than 3 runs, if they would at all. But Todd Zeile delivered that right cross to the chin of his former organization. He bats with 1 out, nobody on, and jumps back from ball 1. Mike Hampton, the winner in Game 1, on his way to a win in Game 5. 1 out, nobody on, 1 ball, no strikes. Zeile takes strike 1. Post-game celebration after this game, then the presentation of the NLCS trophy, the MVP presentation. You could have 3 or 4 entries on that list for the MVP of this series. A 1-1 is high, 2 balls and a strike. Timo Perez, what he's done in this series. Mike Piazza over 400, 2 home runs, and Mike Hampton pitched 15 shutout innings with 12 strikeouts. He might have 2 of the 4 wins for the Mets in this league championship series. That's into right, playable for Drew. Fresh into the game. 2 out.
You could throw Edgardo Alfonzo into that mix also. Alfonso batting close to 500. The Mets have had many, many heroes in this 5-game series against the Cardinals.
If there is a Subway Series, it would be the 14th overall. Some of them come with a little asterisk. You go back to 1921, 1922. The Giants and Yankees met. They shared the same ballpark, the Polo Grounds, before Yankee Stadium was first occupied by the Yankees in 1923. And even then, the Yankees and Giants went head-to-head, and all you had to do was walk over a bridge. But there have been 13 overall, none since 1956. And during a 10-year stretch between 1947 and 1956, 10 years, there were 7 Subway Series. Lenny Harris having fun. Agbayani with a 2-out base hit. That keeps his hitting streak alive. He's hitting every game in this postseason, and he's on with 2 outs. This is a look ahead, and this is obviously a look ahead if they play the Yankees. And again, this comes with the huge disclaimer that the Seattle Mariners could very well win 2 more games over the Yankees. They won Game 5, and again, they've proven they can beat the Yankees in the postseason 3 straight back in '95. Mets have never faced the Seattle Mariners, so we can't do much of a head-to-head matchup there. But since interleague play began, the Mets are 7-11 against the Yankees. Here's Jay Payton, 1 out of 4. 1 on, 2 out. Strike 1 on Payton. During that stretch, with a 7 Subway Series over that 10-year span, the first one during that stretch was 1947. Bobby Valentine's father-in-law, Ralph Branca, opened the '47 series at Yankee Stadium for the Dodgers and lost. Now Branca's son-in-law, Bobby Valentine, could guide the Mets to the World Series for the first time since 1986. During that 10-year span, the city of New York just took over the game of baseball. Those fall classics here, 7 of those 10 years. Neighborhoods divided, households divided. Who are you rooting for? Who are you rooting for? Stoops were divided. And that may be the case again. The Mets and Yankees, or the Mets and the Mariners. Yankees lead their best-of-7 series 3 games to 2, with Game 6 tomorrow night on NBC at 8 Eastern. And the Mariners will be trying to send it to a Game 7. They'll be dealing with Orlando Hernandez and the good young left-hander John Halama pitching for the Mariners. Here's the 0-2 to Payton. Almost hit him. He almost offered at it. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Joe, we talked about it earlier. The Brooklyn Dodgers, the only series that they won, 1955. The Yankees won all of the other ones. In those 10 years, the Yankees winning 6 times.
Dodgers and Giants left. Their team colors combined to make the Mets team colors. Oh! Off the helmet. And Jay Payton goes out to talk to Veers and Eli Marrero, trying to avoid a riot. Now Veers reaches in and pushes Payton. And hopefully here in the 8th inning in a 7-0 game, a brawl won't mar what has been a fun night here at Shea Stadium. Blood on the face of Jay Payton as he took that pitch off the head. Benny Agbayani, the one with his arms wrapped firmly around Jay Payton. They're able to calm him down. And the New York Mets, in my mind, are to be commended. As cooler heads prevail, and now the attention, forget what could be a fight. You hope that Jay Payton's all right.
Jay appears to be all right. Going out to the mound as quickly as he did. He never lost consciousness. And this is one of the more surprising predicaments. Out of nowhere, Dade Beers' fastball veered inside and hit Jay Payton. And as you can see right near the eye, a frightening scene. And you talk about Met cooler heads prevailing. Everyone hoping that the fans here at Shea, that cooler heads prevail here.
Beers didn't help matters with that little push. Nope. After Payton, it seemed, was restrained. See that ball jump in. Sounded awful. Thankfully, Payton able to get right back up. Just above the left eye.
We'll take a look at the sequence of those pitches. There were several splitters away during that at-bat. The first pitch, one of them, and then again with the splitter. Another one fouled off. And now Beers coming inside, and now way inside to hit him. Boy, that's just frightening.
Eli Marrero immediately popped up and got in between Veers and Jay Payton. John Franco on his way back to the bullpen is finally order is restored, and you're right. The Mets deserve a lot of credit for making sure that that didn't escalate, and now you hope that these fans who to this point are merely using their voices to show their displeasure, keep it that way, and Bobby Valentine will come out, talk to Bruce Fleming, and hopefully this will end right here. But it certainly leaves a nasty taste in your mouth here. It really does. And what should very well be the final game of this National League Championship Series, Game 5. With the Mets leading 7-0 and in complete control. Beers hitting Jay Payton in the helmet.
anytime you come inside to a hitter, there is a danger, obviously. Jay with that lump over his left eye, bleeding. I can't even conceive any intent to hit Jay Payton in that situation.
Certainly wouldn't make any sense.
No.
Earlier in the game, Mike Hampton was knocked down by a pitch from Britt Reams in the 5th inning. That drew a reaction from the crowd.
Yeah, but, you know, Hampton hasn't even come close to a Cardinal hitter in his two starts in the LCS.
There's just nothing there that you can point to as an explanation if you want to call that intentional.
Mike Piazza hit in the head by Roger Clemens back on July 8th. Mike almost shaking his head right there.
Polanco makes a nice play to his right down the line, and this crowd lets these Cardinals have it. The Mets are now 3 outs away from a trip to the World Series.
Duracell Ultra introduces their most powerful battery ever. With the advanced performance of new M3 technology, it's the most powerful alkaline battery in the world.
Looking for your home planet, Terry?
Very funny hours. Actually, I'm tracking a satellite in geosynchronous orbit 22,000 miles above us. It's sending a digital signal to my cool little RCA Direct TV dish. But you don't have to know all that. Just the RCA experts at Radio Shack.
Good.
Now for a limited time, buy an RCA DirecTV system for $99.99 and get free Radio Shack standard installation when you sign up for Total Choice Programming. The RCA Digital Entertainment Center, only at Radio Shack.
I need a car.
Shopping for a used car will never be the same.
No, a convertible. A red one. With under 15,000 miles.
Welcome to Autotrader.com. With 1.5 million used cars updated daily, it's the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
You couldn't help me with a loan, could you? Can we help you?
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
Is there an insurance company with a 146-year history of proving that your trust is not misplaced? Without question, the St. Paul.
Critics are raving about Dark Angel.
What's your name, Dollface?
It's hellaciously fun. Jessica Alba is a star to watch.
Damn, girl, what's in those pills?
Spinach.
An all-new Dark Angel. Tomorrow at 9, 8 Central on Fox.
Well, this game goes to the 9th inning. The Mets are 3 outs away from the 2000 World Series. Let's send it down into the Mets dugout where Steve Lyons is. Steve?
All right, Joe, thank you very much. I'm down in the corner of the dugout. We watched the replay of Payton getting hit in the head. I watched it with Mike Piazza. He was very upset about it, saying that there's no reason for a ball to be up in that area of the head. He said that ball almost went behind him if he didn't get out of the way. And, of course, remember, Mike Piazza got hit by a Roger Clemens fastball early in the year. He's going to get a chance to see another one of those Roger Clemens fastballs probably in the World Series if the Yankees get that far. But Piazza's very upset. Back to you guys.
Another look at Payton getting hit. Piazza hit on July 8th. Beers in the dugout. And Hampton back on the mound. He will deal with Paquette, who will bat for Polanco. Then McGuire standing in the on-deck circle. He'll bat for Edmonds. Joe McEwing takes over in right field. Perez goes to center as his strike is on the inside corner. And in the end, with that situation with Peyton, all that matters now is that Peyton's all right. Paquette in the air to left. Agbayani, 1 out. Well, this game 5 is not going to end with Mark McGwire on the bench, as game 1 did, as last night's game did. McGwire dealing with Hampton. McGwire 4 out of 23 in his career against Mike Hampton. 1 out, nobody on. To the second baseman, Alfonso. The Mets are 1 out away. Rick Wilkins will bat in the number 4 spot and hit with 2 out, nobody on, facing Hampton. Hampton saying he was ready to pitch the game of his life before this game 5. He has done that. No runs, only 3 hits. 7-0 Mets, 9th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hampton the winner in game 1. 7 shutout innings. Trying to throw a 3-hit shutout here in game 5. Three balls and a strike.
Good sign there and a great sight. Jay Hampton appears to be all right. Jay Payton, I beg your pardon.
Hampton with a count of 3-1. For the first time since 1986, the Mets are going to the World Series. so are these fans. And before the rest of this night gets away from us, congratulations to these Mets. And Tim McCarver, congratulations to these fans here at Shea Stadium who were tremendous with the way they acted here tonight. Let's go down to Steve Lyons.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. I got Robin Ventura here. You played a lot of baseball. I've watched you play and played with you, but when you scored and you came off the field, I've never seen you so emotional before.
Yeah, it's a big night, and it's something when you play and you get a chance to go. This is what you play for, and this is what you put all the hard work in for.
This town is going to go upside down, and if it becomes the Subway Series, who do you want to see?
You know what? We're happy to go right now. It's nice to stay home now.
No question about it. Bobby Valentine and all the heat he's taken in this town. Talk to me a little bit about the job that he's done with this club since he's been here.
He's done a great job. I think he rests guys and he plays a lot of guys. And having been in the American League so long, and National League, guys on the bench have to play. And you don't always like it, but he's able to do it, and he does a great job of doing that.
No way did you guys want to go back to St. Louis. Hampton comes in and absolutely shuts them down for 2 games in this series for you guys.
Yeah, he's done an unbelievable job. Our pitchers are the reason why we're here. And, we just scored enough offense to get going, but our pitchers are the ones that do it.
You're going to the World Series. What's that feel like, man?
That feels awesome. I can't believe it.
All right, go celebrate with your guys. All right, Joe and Tim, we'll send it back up to you guys.
All right, Steve. Sometimes Bobby Valentine is called Top Step Bobby, a guy who has taken his shots for getting on the field time after time. Interesting to note that he stayed in the dugout while his players celebrated on the field as they take a victory lap around the field here at Shea.
Joe, I was in a Cardinal uniform in 1969 when the Mets clinched the pennant against the Cardinals. And I can't remember it being this big.
Let's go back down to Steve Lyons.
All right, got another one of the heroes here for the Mets, Benny Agbayani. And Benny, but this is a long way from AAA a couple years ago, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, I worked my butt off, just to be in this place and to make my dreams come true.
One of the guys that always believed in you was Bobby Valentine. He gave you the opportunity to play for this team, and you certainly didn't let him down.
Yeah, he gave me the opportunity, and he believed in me, and I wanted to show that, he was right, and I had to go out there and prove myself.
What was the difference in this series for you guys swinging the bat so much better than you did in the divisional series?
I think, when we went to the divisional series, I think we were just getting ready for this.
Are you ready for what's coming up next? You're going to the World Series.
I'm ready for anything right now, but I'm going to celebrate first.
All right, go do that. Go celebrate. All right, Joe, let's go back to you guys.
All right, Steve. Our thanks to Robin Ventura and Benny Agbayani for standing by Steve. Their teammates on that lap around the field still celebrating. Congratulations to Bobby Valentine and the New York Mets. Their 4th pennant here with the Mets. They win it in the year 2000. We'll come back with post-game celebrations after this.
Commuting, $82 every month. Health Club, $54 every month. Insurance, $62 every month. Trading a checkbook for a storybook, priceless. Use MasterCard instead of checks to pay monthly bills automatically. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Go to MasterCard.com.
From Amazon.com to Yahoo, from Cisco to Sun, companies that know the Internet best run Oracle. Oracle. Software powers the Internet.
I couldn't believe any toothpaste could get my teeth whiter. Then I tried Aquafresh Whitening, and just look at the difference it made. My teeth are whiter.
Aquafresh Whitening.
It's not just the toothpaste.
It's the whole mouth paste for whiter teeth.
Good morning, Branded Industries.
Yeah, is Kaplan there?
Hi, sir. No.
Thompson?
Not yet.
Schreiber?
Kickboxing, sir.
Harris?
Haircut, sir.
Miller?
No.
Durkin?
No.
Bradley?
He's not really a morning person.
Don't we have anyone who knows how much business can be done before 8 a.m.?
Yes. Steve.
Steve who? Put him on.
Hello.
Steve, keep up the good work.
Okay.
UPS delivers overnight by 8 a.m. to more places across the country than anyone. UPS, moving at the speed of business.
Still trying to make the major leagues? Log on to MajorLeagueBaseball.com to reach the major leagues every day. Video highlights on demand, live game audio. Make the moves in MLB's official online fantasy game. Grab the latest gear at the official store. MajorLeagueBaseball.com lets you be a part of the major leagues, and it may even help your game.
One night only.
How you doing out there?
It's a little chilly.
The Simpsons season premiere with The Who, Sunday, November 5th on Fox.
7-0 the final here in Game 5, and the Mets are going to the World Series. We go down to Steve Lyons. Steve?
All right, Joe, we got another one of the heroes here for the Mets, Jay Payton. And Jay, a tremendous series for you. At 27 years old, you're not a rookie anymore, are you?
I mean, it's great. You know, I'm just happy to be out here playing, and now we're going to the World Series. Didn't swing the bat the way I wanted, but I was able to get a couple big hits, and every little bit helps out here.
And I know the way this ended with you getting hit there in the head. I know you're going to probably have to take a couple stitches, maybe a little bit of an ugly ending, but the emotions really took a hold when you got hit in the head there.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hit in the face once before, and it wasn't intentional, but for me, as a hitter, you're kind of defenseless up there, you know, and I got hit, and the best of my reactions got to me. You know, you just want to go get somebody. It's like taking a sucker punch almost, but, you know, I don't know if there was any intent there. I'd like to think there wasn't. You know, I think, you know, Beers is a good guy, and it's just, you know, that was one of those things. Hopefully it was just a pitch that got away, and, you know, it's over with now. We're going to the World Series, so that's all I really care about.
And I know that your first reaction is to get upset about that, but I think everybody on both sides did a pretty good job with this crowd here in New York to make sure that didn't get out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to do anything. You know, I just went out there and just, you know, I mean, it's like I say, it's emotions more than anything. And, you know, like I say, I like to just, you know, hopefully there wasn't any intent. And, you know, right now I don't even really care. I'm just glad we're going to the World Series.
You are going to the World Series. What does that mean?
It's great. You know, I mean, for me, I was happy. You know, 3 years ago, I didn't even know if I'd be playing again. So to be going to the World Series in my first full season is it's awesome. Can't even put it into words, really.
All right, get inside. There's a bottle of champagne with your name on it, man.
All right, I'm going to go get it. All right, good luck. Thanks.
All right, Joe, let's go back to you.
Here we go.
In the Mets locker room where the champagne is already flying, as baseball vice president of on-field operations Frank Robinson and I both know, along with Nelson Doubleday, the chairman of the board of the Mets, victorious manager Bobby Valentine, and the general manager and vice president Steve Phillips. And Frank, you're here for the official presentation of the somewhat damp Warren C. Giles Trophy as National League champions for the year 2000.
Thank you, Keith. Nelson, Bobby, Steve, on behalf of Major League Baseball, I'm proud to present you the Warren C. Giles National League Championship Trophy to the 2000 National League champions, New York Mets. Congratulations.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Frank.
Hey, guys! Hey, give this a second, guys. Look over here. That's a big one for you guys right there.
Mr. Doubleday, let me get your thoughts on this tremendous season and the prospects of what may lay ahead, or what certainly lays ahead for you, but may lay ahead for another team that occupies the neighborhood.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen to them. They've got their own problems, and we got by ours, and we look forward to meeting whoever shows up on Saturday.
And this must be a particular triumph for you, considering the downturn in the early 90s with the team and how the team has been rebuilt to prominence, the problems with the Braves and all of that, and that trophy is...
There's the man. There's the man right there. He did it right there, and the guy the last couple of years has been leading us. They're the men that did it.
Let me proceed then with these gentlemen. Congratulations, sir, Mr. Doubleday. I'm Mr. Phillips. Congratulations on this. And as the celebratory music begins, the words can't, I'm sure, describe it right now, but what are your emotions at this moment going to the World Series?
Well, absolutely ecstatic and really in disbelief right now. I mean, all the hard work and effort of our scouting staff, player development staff, the front office guys, Bobby and his guys, and the effort the players put in, just fantastic. Great for our Mets fans and great for the city of New York. We're really happy right now.
And I suppose this is the exact moment you'll begin the contract negotiations with Mr. Valentine?
Well, yeah. We're not answering questions about contracts.
Not meant seriously. Congratulations.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Let me finish off with the manager. Thank you, Steve. Bobby, yesterday you wouldn't use the words World Series when I asked you about the prospects of playing on Saturday and Sunday. Can you say it now?
Yeah, we're going to the World Series, and these guys deserve to be there. I'd like to share with Jay Horowitz is right there, one of the great PR directors, and all the members of this organization. And our family, and Al Leiter and all the boys. This is a great family. And a special congratulations to the Cardinals, a great team. They were battled up, but they're a great champion, too.
Darryl Hamilton, if you want to take notes, on the left side. And considering the length of time you have been in the game and what you have struggled through, what last season was like in the middle of the year, can you reflect on flashback to the kid who was drafted by the Dodgers in 1968 and the long road to a World Series finally?
Yeah, it's been a long road, but I'm a 50-year-old young man, and a lot of guys would like to trade places right here, and I just like to share with all my family, my wife Mary and Bobby, all my friends in this great organization, the New York Mets. Now, there seems to be a reluctance, even though we're now talking about the fact that the Mets are in the 2000 World Series, the prospects of there being Fred Wilpon. You deserve to be wet, baby.
Great job, baby. Great job.
You're late, but go ahead. Go for it.
Congratulations, Mr. Wilpon.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And we hope that this problem was obtained inside the locker room rather than outside.
It happened when I walked in. Something happened.
Let me finish with Bobby here.
Captain needs to talk to you right now.
He needs to talk to us right now. Bobby, thank you much.
Thank you.
National League Championship Series MVP Mike Hampton. Step up front with us, and Frank Robinson will present the trophy to you.
Mike, it's a real pleasure for me to be able to present you the 2000 National League Championship Series Most Valuable Players Award. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I mean, what to say? You know, we had a lot of great talent out there. Timo was the spark plug. Piazza had a great series. Alfonso had a great series. This is truly an honor to take this trophy, but there's many deserving people that got a little piece of this as well.
The St. Louis Cardinals that you defeated twice and kept scoreless for the length of the time that you were in against them in the first game, and obviously in this one, still put base runners on, still fought you down to the last game. I guess this probably was the toughest 5-game series you've ever seen.
Well, that's why they were so successful during the season and the postseason. They never die. You know, they got a bunch of guys over there that are gritty, great professionals, and work hard and play hard. And it showed during this series. You know, they're in every game. They battle their tails off. You know, we just, breaks went our way. And when we needed to, we got some clutch hitting, and it resulted in 4 wins, just what we needed.
Mike, what about the feeling of coming into this game and saying to yourself or saying to others that you were ready to deliver the game of games? Did you feel like you did that? Did you have it from the first moment out there?
I really felt good warming up. You know, the biggest thing is to stay focused. Through the run scoring, through the fans. I mean, they were rowdy tonight. The biggest thing was to be able to stay focused, and I did that. I concentrated on every pitch, and that's what you have to do against a Cardinals team like they have.
Let me ask you one brief question. Would you be the only one on this team who might rather face the Seattle Mariners because you started with that organization?
Yeah, I really don't look back upon that, at all. I'm just, whoever we face, I like our chances. We got a great team, and we're going to go out there and battle our butts off.
Mike, congratulations being on the National League Championship team and being the MVP.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, we're going to take a break and then come back with more from the Mets locker room after this.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Tahoe. Now offering a third row of seats that's light and easier to handle than anything else out there. It's nowhere near anything. The new Chevy Tahoe, like a rock.
What does it take to get a plane off the ground? 50 tons of aluminum. 95 miles of wire. Thousands of engineers, 1,200 suppliers, 3 million emails, 27,000 e-business transactions, and one very powerful e-business solution that makes the whole thing soar. SAP.
A typical day for the IT manager. Everyone wants everything now. Luckily, there's CDW. Your direct solutions provider. CDW uses 50,000 top-name products to give you complete systems, including custom configuration and pre-installed software. Why get hung up in work when CDW is here to make life easier? CDW, computing solutions built for business.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, it's off to work we go.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, hi-ho. If you want happy employees, help secure their financial futures. At the Principal Financial Group, that's what we do. We're the 401k leader and offer financial solutions for you and growing businesses. The Principal Financial Group, we understand what you're working for.
A 7-0 Mets win in Game 5. They win the National League Championship Series 4-1. And we're back here at Shea Stadium with this place absolutely shaking. Joe Buck and Tim McCarver in the booth, and down to Bob Brenly standing by with Tony La Russa. Bob?
Well, thank you very much, Joe. First of all, Tony, congratulations to the Cardinals organization and your team. Outstanding season, 95 victories during the regular year, 3-game sweep of the Braves. I know this has to be a bitter pill.
Well, we wanted to actually go farther, but, when you compete, Bob, if you try as hard as you can and somebody beats you, you tip your cap. So, we congratulate the Mets. They play better baseball, but I would say I love this club, our club, the Cardinals. They're a very special group.
Have you ever seen Mike Hampton pitch quite the way he did tonight?
Well, his stuff was moving all over the place, and there was no one spot that you could look to. It had great movement, and, he's a terrific competitor. He was really tough. I give him credit. I give them credit. I mean, every time there's a couple pivotal games and they won them and we didn't.
I know a very tough series like this going in. Was it frustrating knowing you didn't have all the weapons available?
Well, Bob, we had enough weapons to win, but the Mets just played better. So, we've had games like this where we won in series like this. So, I would not take anything away from the Mets beating us, and I would never make an excuse for our club.
Well, Tony, congratulations once again on a great season. We'll see you next year.
Okay, Bob, thanks.
Thank you, Tony. Joe, back to you.
All right, Bob, thank you. And our thanks to Tony La Russa for hanging in there for that interview. Tony, obviously a classy man in defeat, Tim McCarver. You look at these Mets, this is exactly why Steve Phillips went out and got Mike Hampton to be that #1 starter. And while there was some discussion as to who the #1 starter was for the Mets this year, it is clearly now Mike Hampton at this moment.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that, Joe. This is a season that started for the New York Mets crossing an ocean to play in Japan. And it could end, depending on what the Yankees do, with the Mets crossing town to play the Yankees.
And within this season, at one point, they had to basically reinvent this team. They started this season with an outfield of Ricky Henderson in left, Darrell Hamilton in center, and in this playoffs, after Game 1, they didn't have Derek Bell in right. And while they are getting a lot of production out of some big bats, some big money players, they're getting an awful lot out of some young guys, namely Timo Perez and the other outfielders, Peyton and Agbayani.
Jay Payton, Benny Agbayani, and don't forget that Ray Ordonez went down earlier in the year. Steve Phillips had to make some moves. He made a move for Mike Bordick, who homered in his first at-bat for the Mets. They deserve the championship, and they deserve to be in the World Series.
Yeah, I think the better team won in this series, and definitely the team with more weapons in this series won, and they have stamped their ticket for the 2000 World Series.
Well, I'll tell you, they are going to be a tough team to beat in the World Series, too. No question.
That will start on Saturday night right here on Fox. That'll do it for us tonight. Tonight's game produced by Michael Weissman, directed by Bill Webb. Our tape producers, Carol Langley, McDermott, Aaron Stoikov, the associate director, Larry Lancaster, our broadcast associates, Derek Manning, Michael Fitzgerald. Our thanks, as always, to Steve Horn here in the booth. The pregame show produced by Gary Lang and directed by Ray Tipton. The associate director, Kathy Hunt. The broadcast associate, Brian Rome. The senior producer of Fox Sports is Bill Brown. And the executive producers of Fox Sports are Ed Gorin and David Hill. These people and many others will help bring you the 2000 World Series here on Fox beginning on Saturday night. We know the Mets are in. Where will they be on Saturday night? Will they be in the Bronx? Will they be in the Pacific Northwest? For Tim McCarver, Bob Brenly, Keith Olbermann, and Steve Lyons, I'm Joe Buck. So long from Shea Stadium. A wonderful night for the Mets. Their 4th National League pennant, and in the World Series for the first time since 1986. Stay tuned for your late local news, or for those of you that want more post-game coverage, tune to Fox Sports Net on your local satellite provider. Until Saturday night, Game 1 of the 2000 World Series, good night.
presentation